What up, Nine?
Trapaholics Mixtapes.
As the 9% and word would say, make a better you, a better us.
Give them what they ask for.
Who do you think you are? I'm the word. Boy, I'm the one who put in the work.
When I move, is it a quick rumble? I will never ever fall, never stumble. And I don't need to be humble. Break down walls like Jericho crumble.
What up, though? It's the word. You see the title, we about to get into it. But before we get into that, let me get it to the chat. What up, Nines? My brother Brian's in the building. What up, Nine? Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. Commander, the Minister, the General of Defense, stop playing with me. What up, Nine? Appreciate you. Hey, so, yeah, we had a great conversation last night. I don't remember what we was talking about, but we had that talk, right? And I know this kind of came up. So this is building on from what I've been talking about really all week, right? We had the show, Entertainment Ignorance Breeds Ignorance, right? And tonight, we're talking about the monetization of ignorance. So let me first give you my disclaimer, because I don't want nobody saying nothing later on about what I'm about to say. So this is a disclaimer. This is a petty service announcement brought to you by the word and not approved by the 9%, but I'm going to tell y'all anyway. I am about to say some things that may and will trigger some. And if it does, it's probably because you need to work on it. Now let's go. Yeah, so if I so happen to say something that pertains to you, it's probably because you need to work on it. So, Dee, what up, though, Dee? Appreciate you. Mr. Gary Busted Down Brown, Mr. 33 himself. What up, Nine? Appreciate you. Yeah, so we will talk about monetization of ignorance. Now, let me first say this. Not everything on here, as far as the social media era, not everything is bad. People do come on here and they monetize their pain. I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. You know, your life experiences are yours. And why shouldn't you get paid for it, especially if you can share it and help somebody else, right? That's the key point. You know, is it beneficial? Helping someone else, maybe it's entertaining. It can make somebody smile. Somebody can learn a lesson. Ain't nothing wrong with none of that. But we're talking about ignorance. And this is why. Because back in the day when I was coming up, when I was growing up, like many of you, you know, I ain't that much older than, you know, the crowd, but when we think of ignorance, you know, we think of a person's ignorance will, they have lack of opportunities because of their ignorance, right? You'll lose out on opportunities because of being rude, being disrespectful, just being ignorant, you know, not ignorance, but ignorant, you know, that will lose you opportunities in life. But nowadays it's different. You know, you can monetize your ignorance. People can get paid off of their lowest qualities, right? Like we was talking last night. Somebody said, "Oh, I'm a roaster. I'm a good roaster." Like, you 50 years old, bro. You know, that's the best quality you have when you go fill out a job application, you put down roaster. Nah, and then you hear the way they roast you, very disrespectful. It ain't even funny. You know, it's disrespectful, is ignorant. You know, you strip people of dignity. You talk about people dead folk. They be docs. They do all this stuff, and the more ignorant they are, the more chaos they can create, the more they get compensated. You know, people paying for ignorance. So if you paying for something, that's supply and demand. People are motivated to do it. If one person sees somebody being ignorant, like, hey, I can be just as ignorant or even worse, then they come on here and do it. And then you see somebody, I can be worse than them, then they come on here and do it. And so on. And now we got a culture of people being ignorant, getting compensated. And that's only in social media, man. That shit ain't like that in real life. But social media has become a part of real life. So, you know, somebody can go from working from Burger King to being a top content creator because they're ignorant. They can quit flipping burgers and just come on here and be ignorant. And like I said, when one person sees somebody getting paid for it, they know they just as ignorant. They come on here and get paid for it also. And it breeds a culture. Oh, that's all you gotta do? So it ain't people, and I'm like I'm saying, it's not everybody, but I'm saying there is a culture, you know, and it's spilling over into other things, like even religion. Like people getting ignorant within religion. You know, they knitting and being ignorant. How you go knit and be ignorant at the same time? Knitting and rude. Knitting is supposed to be like calming and stuff. They be beefing over in the knitting area. Whoever can be the most loudest, obnoxious, outrageous, say the most outrageous things, those are the people who get the attention. But it's a problem with getting attention like that too. It's a huge problem getting attention like that, because once you're known for that, you know, anything gets old, everything gets old. So then they have to step their ignorance up. You know how like you have to step your game up and become a better version of yourself? No, they got to step their ignorance up and become another level of ignorant. They had to transform into a whole new level of ignorance. And that breeds cultures. They got sectors like that. And people think that's the it thing now. And I'm pretty sure a lot of that translates over into their real life. Like I said, people will try to hide it. You know, people will act like they have dignity or home training and just to get a job. Nowadays, they don't do that no more. Because you can go viral. You know, and point in case, like look at Umar's daughter. She came on here, had a sad story, telling everybody her daddy wasn't in their life, which he probably wasn't. And this ain't taking up for Umar or nothing like that. I'm just showing you, you know. You know, that's what she came on here for. Her words was she came on here, she doing this because she want to get in contact with her sister. Okay, that only took a day. And then what you do after that? Now she going on Tommy Stoudemire, Cynthia G, and she acting the ass. Ignorant, loud, ghetto. Why? Because that's entertainment. That's what people pay for. So that's what she on here doing now. That's what she. You got. I ain't even about to say that name, but it's people on here who can actually, you know, hold a crowd, right? They got the voice and the ear of the people, and what they do, ignorant shit. Instead of trying to build, they tear down. You see 5.6 people in the chat, and they just talking down on somebody. They ain't telling no information on how people can get money, how people can do some shadow work or better their living condition. No, ain't none of that going on. It's just pure ignorant entertainment. And I mean, even that is worrisome. Like, look, I like a little drama, right? But there's a difference. Like on here, then like on TV, man, you know this all scripted. This ain't real. But these on here is different. It's like real people lives, man. People really be crashing out, and it has real life implications. The shit they doing on here, and you know that. Sometimes you know better for people than they know for themselves because they ignorant. Mintech Soul, what up, though? On YouTube, that has so much hate and ignorance. Sometimes you gotta let them ruin themselves when they continue to harass and bully. And that's what I'm saying. Like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it's different. Like when you go to a comedy show, right? And you see a Chris Rock or Dave Chappelle, you know, even if they make fun of people in the crowd, it's a show, man. It's a show. You like these people on here who so-called call themselves comedians, bro. They be saying some of the most egregious, disrespectful things to people and think it's funny, and it's not. Like these are real. Even the professionals, they have a certain limit, and the ones who don't, they don't last too long. Even the professionals, you know, it's cool to roast people in the crowd, but even they don't go as far as what people call comedy here. Like a lot of stuff ain't comedy, man. It's just hateful rhetoric that people hide behind comedy. People just showing their true ignorance side. You know, the more ignorant you be, the more disrespectful. People cheer that shit. It's like gladiator games, right? Can you imagine that? Like back in the day, they sitting there rooting for a lion to tear a human apart. Like that's wild, bro. That was entertainment, though. Even now, we watch UFC, and I know I watch boxing. And these men just beating the crap out of each other, and we cheering it on. I mean, so our social culture is conditioned to violence, to look at violence as entertainment. But at least we know these are competitors. These people signed up for it. Like a lot of these people be in the chat, bro. They ain't signed up for no BS. These regular ass people who just come on here for some form of entertainment. And I know this how I got lost. Like when I first came on here and I seen that stuff, I'm like, I'm not thinking this shit real. Like this ain't real everyday people. I'm thinking it's a show. Robert, what up though? I'm thinking it's a show, right? So, you know, they do something, I comment on it, and I'll be like, oh, damn, these real people. People really getting mad. But then it's like you exposing yourself on her. You know? Even, like I was saying, I think I was telling Gary either last night or on the phone earlier, like, when I come on here and I share information, I only share with y'all what I healed from. Like, all the stuff I be telling you I've been through, I healed from it. It no longer hurts me. It no longer plagues me. It's not a problem in my life. I overcame it. That's why I share the story in hopes if somebody experienced this or something worse or something lighter, you know, this gives them hope. Like, hey, look, you can get over it too, because I did. Or this is how I did it. You know, maybe they going through it and don't know how to get through it. So if I share my experience, not only can they relate, but now they can get some stuff they can try to heal from it themselves. You know, that's why I share stories. I don't share no stories I ain't healed from. Those that hit a little different. That come out a little bitter or angry. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I personally don't share those stories. I don't see no benefit. Like I'm not coming on here to spread hate. I'm not coming on here to spread the victim mentality. So I only talk about things that I overcame. You know, I share all that with y'all. There's not a lot that I experienced in life that I didn't heal from yet. Not at this stage of my life. I did a lot of work prior to this to get where I'm at now. So that's why I can talk about these stories. I can tell you what my brothers did to me without any malice, or I ain't telling all their business. I ain't trying to tear down their character. We gonna talk about the situation, what happened, what I learned from it, and that's it. You don't even hear no bitterness. Oh, I hate them. I wish that. Nah, man, I wish the best for them. Why? Because I healed from it. You know, I really healed from it. I'm not carrying no bitter emotional issues. I'm not doing none of that. But when people come on here, and like I said, there's nothing wrong with monetizing your pain. It's your experience. You should get paid for it, especially if it can help somebody. But if it's going to make people even bitter or angry or You know, man, keep that shit to yourself. That's just spreading hate. That's spreading negative. You know, we're supposed to be spreading positive. There's enough negativity. You know, but yeah, you can monetize your pain. You can you can monetize your joy. You know, you can monetize yourself. You know, but what are you monetizing? What is it? What are you projecting? What are you putting out there? Now, if it's ignorance, then that's what it's gonna breed, more ignorance. You have more ignorant people like you. That's who you will attract. And then the more ignorant people you attract, the more unscrupulous behavior is going to proceed with that. You know, whatever that's how this thing is, man. People go and support what they like. So people like chaos and drama, and you providing the environment for it, that's what it's going to breed. Chaos and drama. It's just what it's going to breed. But that's what people like. You know, people are entertained, and we can get into that. Why are people entertained by that? Why are people entertained by that? It's something in you that make you like that shit. I like violence. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's why I watch boxing and UFC. I like that shit. I like the combat. I like, you know, the competition. You know, I did mixed martial arts most of my life, man. So yeah, I like the combat. I like getting hit. When I was sparring, I used to love getting hit. This shit make me feel alive. I'm being honest. So I'm telling you, that's why I like it. So now you ask somebody, why do you like the drama? Well, it's just in it. What makes it entertaining? It's a way to make you feel. Writers, what up, sis? What up, though? What up, nine? It's a way to make you feel. But why? Is it because that's your shit? You just like drama? You like creating it? You like watching it? You like being in it? Is that why you like drama? Like when we talk about like why, I'll tell you why I like dramatic movies and TV shows. I like it because it's suspense. I ain't talking about the drama on YouTube, people, you know, going back and forth. I'm talking about like dramatic shit, like movies and stuff. I like the suspense. I like the twist, the turns, you know. I like the drawn out stories. I enjoy that. That's why I like drama movies and stuff. People need to question why they like we evolved to be that way. Hey, that's what is a lot of it is learned behavior though. If you really think about it, a lot of it is learned behavior. You know, it's things that we accepted a long time ago that have I don't want to say like everlasting effect on us, but it's things that like if we like think about that. I'm gonna use myself. Like I grew up in a competitive environment. Like always like sports. My family played sports. I played sports. Even when we weren't playing sports, everything was a competition with it. You know, so that nature or that learned behavior when I was young to compete, to go against, you know, it just evolved as I got older. It went from sports to uh, getting a girl. It went from that to, you know, school, like my class, like with different people. Like I bet you I get better grade than you. That's competition. That's learned behavior. A lot of the way we are is from what we experienced when we was children, and we accepted a lot of it as this is a part of life. And like you said, it evolves with our mature or with our age. I ain't even gonna say maturity, but it evolves with our age. It started in like little league, high school, middle school shit. Then you become an adult. Then you get in the real world. You get competitive in business and um, just obtaining resources. You get competitive with that shit. So much in the past, it would have been possible if part of us didn't like it. Yeah, I mean that's how we showed we was bigger and better was beating each other. Whoever whoever can knock the other person out. You know that's how you show that you was bigger and better than the next person. Was a physical altercation. Even growing up, it was like that. But like, this is my block. Okay, well let's scrap and see who block it is. If I win, then it's my block. If you win, then it's your block. We ain't even own the goddamn houses. We kids. But that's how we determined it. That's how we determined it. Nowadays they go straight to the bang bang. Like, bruh, that ain't child can pull a trigger. Uh, People don't even know how to fight no more. But even like, this whole social think about like the drill music. Why did that become popular? Like ignorance, man. How is it entertaining for someone to talk about someone deceased? That's not entertaining at all. You're talking about somebody deceased. Where's the entertainment in that? Where's the, music supposed to be art? Where's the creativity? What motivation or inspiration does that deliver? Talking about someone, but because of the social media era, people think it's cool. And not only you got artists doing it, but now you got regular people doing it. That was not heard of back in the day. You talk about I remember you tell a mama joke and then you didn't realize the person mama was deceased. Oh, it was a huge fight. It was a huge fight. And the person only said it because they didn't know. If a person knew a person parent was deceased, they didn't say it. It was like we had respect for the dead, even though we didn't have respect for the living. And we done lost that. Like we can't even let the dead rest in peace. People going to graves and video recording this. Just what I'm saying, like, and it's getting clicks and views. Like, who would have thought 20 years ago somebody go to somebody's grave and pee on it? People will watch it. They'd be like, that's disgusting. That's ignorant. People wouldn't even want to watch it, but now it's like, oh my God, you see what they did? And the more ignorant stuff get, the more views people get. That's where we at in society. Because social media is a part of reality, if you want to state it or not. It definitely has effect on reality. And if anything, it's just recorded reality. Is reality being recorded? What's happening is happening. You can say, oh, the person don't act like this offline. Well, the person is acting, technically they are. They acting and then recording and putting it online. What they're doing is in reality. They just sharing it with everybody else. That's all the social media is. And that's what I'm saying. Like back in the day, Commander, think about that, man. Back in the day, that stuff was think about the stuff people, even the way women dress, right? I was listening to Claire Huxtable on the Breakfast Club. I might review that on my other channel. I was listening to her on the Breakfast Club, and she was talking about how women dress, and they was like people in the comments going ham on her, and it's like, nah, bro, like women revealing themselves. I understand what they say, not my body, my choice, but I forgot how they try to explain it. Why they do it, like body something, whatever it is. The reason you wearing these tight clothes and all these revealing clothes and make you feel good, but you got to accept what attention comes with that. And I'm gonna keep it funky with you. I'm a married man, but if I wasn't married and I seen women out there like that, I wouldn't take you serious. I'd probably look at you like I hit. I wouldn't be trying to make no relationship with you. I'm straight. I'm seeing you as a sexual object. So now it's just like that's what it is. That's how I look at you. Now you take you serious and your intellect. No, I see breast and boobs. Let me get that and then I'm done. Go to the next one. There's more breast and boobs out there. That's how you present yourself. You know, back in the day, the women were eloquent. Eloquent. They wearing their dignity. They had these nice dresses, and you was looking at them, but you weren't looking at them like that. You was looking at them as like they were the pride. Now women think if the more they show, the more respect. I don't know what women think they get from that respect. No, don't no man respect. I'm just being honest with you. I'm just telling you how it is. I ain't saying you shouldn't show your body. I'm not telling you what you should do. I'm just telling you the effect of it. This is how men look at you. If they ain't gonna keep it funky with you, I would. I don't take you serious. I don't really care what you think. No, we're just looking at your body parts. That's what you marketing. So, Diane, what up, though? Appreciate you, my. What up, though, Ryder? I ain't talking to Commander.
What up, though? Oh, I'll say it for you. Commander said, her back, her neck.
Catch charges for doing that exact thing. I seen 2 different YouTube. Man, I'm telling you, they this thing is crazy. Like I said, the social media era gave people opportunity to do many different things, right? But what people are using it for is to monetize their ignorance. Have a good night. Oh, she said night, but I thought she said have a good night. D in the building. Appreciate you, Diane.
That's some real shit. Everything is for clicks and views now.
Yeah, attention is a form of currency now. If you get it, you have potential to do something with it, to make money off of it. The attention that you get. But see, even doing that, if you notice, like you'll see some people, you'd be like, okay, that ain't too bad, right? And then later on down the road, you like, damn, they're getting worse. Like the stuff they doing is going next level. And why do you think that is? It's because you can only obtain attention for so long, like doing ignorant shit before you got to do something even more ignorant to keep the people to retain the attention.
That's
It's
why
gonna get worse and worse and worse.
Back then they used to say money make the monkey dance or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't understand the phrase. I was like, money don't make me dance. But now that I'm on social media, I was like, yo, that phrase is perfect for now. Back then I didn't get it. Like, wait, what was it for? What was the intention of it?
People, like I seen, like when they say the money is the root of all evil, I used to think that because of the things I seen money, and then as I matured, I realized it's not the money, it's what people would do for it. Is what people will do for money is even so is the person. It's not the money. It's the person, because I done seen people sell out their own family members for a couple dollars. For a couple dollars, man. Not even that much, man. For a couple dollars, they done sold out their family members. Think about like people going to do like unalivings for like 10 grand. Like 10 grand ain't nothing, man. You gonna take somebody's life for 10 grand? Your freedom is only worth 10 grand because you go get caught. That 10 grand, I can blow that in an hour, man. Like shit, I got real bills. I can blow 10 grand. That's not even well, no, it's 10% of my mortgage now. But I'm saying like I got a mortgage, bro. 10 grand ain't shit. Like what 10 grand go do? But people will unalive somebody for 10 grand, risk their own freedom. Like, so the things people do for money, man, it's sad. It's sad for the love of it. Exactly, D. Exactly. And see, that's why a long time ago I told myself I'd never do nothing for money I wouldn't do for free. You know how much trouble that kept me out of? People come up to me like, hey, do this, do this, do this. I pay you. No, straight. Man, that's a lot. I don't care what it is, bro. No, you can't give me no money for nothing I ain't gonna do for free. I wouldn't do that shit for free, so I ain't gonna do it for no money.
So shit. So let me ask you this, right? How do you think social media platforms profit from misinformation or ignorance, and what responsibility should they bear?
I don't. It's too hard, bro, because it's too open. It's like you don't need a license or certification or nothing to have a platform. So it's hard to regulate. But how they benefit is the attention. People stay logged on. You know, that's how they get marketing and shit. That's why YouTube able to pay us. If you pay attention to your analytics, what YouTube pay you for is retention. How long can you keep people watching your shit? If it's a live or if it's a stream, the people who can keep people hold the crowd the longest get paid the most.
Mm.
So they're getting paid for attention. Now what they can do is put ads in there. Now if you get YouTube Premium, guess what? You paying monthly, but you pay for the ad remover, but the ad that's ran on that show is still getting clocked as watched. So even people with YouTube Premium that stay on here watching, they're still making YouTube money. But if you don't have YouTube Premium and there's ads in there, you can be watching a live and the damn commercial will pop on.
I don't know, that shit gonna run nerves. That's why.
You know what I'm saying? That's retention. That's how they get paid, because now the people, they like, oh, these people be watching this for how long? Okay, we go pay YouTube this amount to throw this commercial in there because we know people looking. We got people attention.
I hate
So it's profitable if you can retain you. That's how, I mean, a new way of becoming what they call a celebrity is by holding people attention.
real shit.
That's what these streamers do.
Because they're not even commercial. They're kind of like ads, 1 minute ads for each one. It's the same shit, right?
Certain threshold they're required to get a standard broadcast. Oh, that's interesting. You see what Wicked Wally say? Actually, in Germany and other countries, yeah, and I can understand that.
Yeah.
That makes sense, though. That definitely, to me, it makes sense.
Like an LLC or something, basically.
No, because is with the potential of you holding. Do you know the longer you can hold people attention, the more likely you're going to influence them? That's what attention does. It influences.
Facts.
So that's why when they used to run commercial, that's why them jingles back in the day was so popular, because you'd be sitting there singing the jingle and wouldn't realize you just set to a 2-minute commercial. So, I mean, that's how it worked. King Blackout. Hold on, brother. Hold on, man. Appreciate that. Hey, man, I'm about to get back into my editing bag next month. I want to do a special thanks to all of the people who've been contributing for the last couple months, man. Y'all really been big. I've been getting some nice little YouTube checks that's able to pay for all the stuff that I'm doing on here, including I'm about to start buying new equipment. So I appreciate y'all. So I want to do a shout out video, and then like we got some repeated supporters, man. I might have to get them their own little vibe going on. So shout out to y'all, man. You know, King Blackout is one of the biggest contributors these last couple months. Appreciate him so much. Not only do he, send super chats, he often buy memberships. So a lot of people who got memberships is because of King Blackout. Appreciate you, brother. Carrying, what up, my man? That's another great supporter, man. Not only do he support with his pockets, he support with his brain. He always come up here dropping the sauce on us. We appreciate that, man. You help me make the content. Appreciate that, brother. Ozzy. Oi, oi, oi.
Ozzy.
Yeah, but that's the trick, man. The more you can retain someone's attention, the more potential you have to influence the person. So that's when they start putting them ads and stuff in. And, they got to be seen. So if people can retain retention is profitable for YouTube. So that's why you get them analytics, and they give you them suggestions like try this, do this.
But you know what's crazy, word, right? I've seen platforms, right, that are positive, bring awareness to things, and they manage to, make it up, right? And I hear, so many sectors say that you can't make it on here if you're too positive or you're trying to bring it. I'm like, that's not true. I be all over YouTube. So it's kind of like, wait, I've seen so many platforms that are like yours. And it took them a minute, but they made it up there. The same way them other platforms that'll sit on that'll come on here, and be ignorant and shit and dumb shit on here and get paid for it. So it's kind of like I don't know why people got that mentality where you got to be toxic to come up on some real shit. You got to be,
it's quick.
And beef.
Like you just said, it take a while. Like, and that's why I'm willing to slow burn. I've been doing it for 2 years, but I've seen progress in my 2 years. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting more quality people, having more quality conversations with more intellectual people. So I mean, my day one still here riding with me. So I know I've been doing something right. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna take longer. There's a reason a stadium has more seats than a classroom. You know what I'm saying? It's just a reason. More people rather be entertained than educated. You know what I'm saying? So you go see that. People want that quick money.
In the stadium, you're willing to go. Word in the classroom, you're forced to go.
No, I wouldn't say forced to go. I mean,
if you don't go to school, there's issues and there's problems.
That's when you're a kid. When you get to college, you got to pay for that shit.
That's if you choose to go. You see my point? And there's a lot of people that don't want college. You see my point? Like that's why I was like, I see it both ways.
No, a stadium. I mean, a classroom. I wouldn't say for even education. I mean, you can go, but that don't mean you go get the education. That's something you have the desire to obtain. And that's what I'm saying. Less is more. The minority of people want to be educated. Like people who even think about YouTube, really think about how many people come on here to pass time or to be entertained, to watch one of their favorite shows versus coming on here to actually learn something. Like my intention on turning YouTube is to learn something today. How many people do that versus like, hey, let's see what's going on. I got some time, that need to be occupied. I just, I want to laugh at somebody else. You know what I'm saying? I'm going through some shit. So, I'd rather see somebody else more fucked up so I can laugh at it. So I don't have to cry about going through that. That's what a lot of people do.
See, that's entertainment, man. And when YouTube first started, it really had that type of entertainment with it. Like I'm gonna say since the pandemic started, right? It's like the entertainment turned to something else. It's like I don't know. It's like you feel like you have to only go to certain places now to like, okay, I know over here I'm gonna be entertained. I don't even want to come over here. It already looks like it's gonna go left. You see where I'm coming from? It's like it makes you feel like that now. Before you used to want to come on here and want to be entertained. Now it's like you have to pick and choose. Like, okay, not over here, over here. I know over here is gonna be good. Over here it's like, you don't got time sometimes to sit here and just, how can I say? It's a word for it, and I can't get it out right now.
Before I became a content creator, what I came on YouTube for is to learn how to do something. Like if I was working on a project, see how somebody else do it, or to catch like a sports score. I didn't even listen to music on here, but I didn't even know they had all this different stuff on YouTube until like 2 years ago. Like these different sectors, and I didn't even know all that.
Listen, I didn't know that it was beyond gaming and music until it was shown to me about the podcast, and that's how I got into podcasting. It was like going to YouTube and awareness. Everybody knows that part. Why I came onto YouTube. And, I really thought it was going to be easy, but it wasn't as easy as they made it seem. It was a little hard trying to bring awareness to something when it's mostly entertainment. I was like, I can't turn something serious into entertainment. It's like, yes, you can. I'm like, how? Be you. But it's not entertainment, though. Like, it's still serious.
You even, just watching and studying people at, like I had this idea, like I can just come up. Look, when you do this, even podcasts, you have to incorporate entertainment some way, some shape, some form. and that's just to retain attention. You know, like I said, there's very few people coming on here for some scholar shit. Like I'm about to learn some shit today. Now, people come on here for some good information, but they want they want to be entertained by it. Like you have to be able to entertain while delivering. Like, what's my man, the comedian George Carl? Like, bro, he was dropping so much fucking sauce, but it was funny. But everything he's saying was fucking true, man. But he found an entertaining way to deliver a message, you know, and that's what I'm working on. You know, I get carried away sometimes. Like last night, I promise you, I don't even know what the hell I was saying. I don't remember half of the last night. I was in the zone. I was having fun. Um, yeah, shout out to Miss K too. Shout out to Katie, man. Big K and little K in the building. We know if he around, the wife around. I love that, man. I love that. Yeah, you missed the last night's conversation about relationships, bro. You missed it. Miss K could have came on here and dropped some sauce to tell us how she deal with your ass.
Yo, between you and the squatters, y'all was funny yesterday. The squatters had, what was it, secret lovers, and you was over here talking about relationships and shit. I'm like, yo, these two.
Man, they be tripping over there, cutthroat now.
Yeah, I was over there. That's what I be.
Yeah.
Damn, man, I didn't know you was coming on live because I was over there with them, and I was on there for like an hour or two. Then I went live myself. Because I'm like, he said he wasn't going to go live. He didn't go live the day before, so I was like, I don't think he's coming live. I didn't see no notifications, no nothing. Then when I'm about to end my live, I get a notification you're live. I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
I just pop up, right? But no, I was going for the
He was
weekend.
already on for an hour though. That's why I was like, I wish I would have known this shit.
Yeah, I popped up a little early. I wasn't at first. I was gonna chill because we was going for the weekend. Then we came back and went over her cousin's house. So we was up in Flint for like most of the day. And then we came home, and then everybody went to sleep early. Like at 9 o'clock, everybody knocked out. And I'm like, man, I ain't about to go to sleep. I'm about to come on here and talk shit. But
Let me ask you this word on your topic. What steps can creators and consumers take to ensure knowledge is prioritized? Don't mock how I say the word prioritized over since I can never say this damn word. You know what? Fuck that question. I'm gonna ask you this one because I looked it up and I thought the word was cool. Now I'm gonna have to switch that word up. Do you believe ignorance is being weaponized on social media for financial or political gain? Why or not?
I wouldn't say weapon. I understand the concept of weaponization, but
I hear
I
about
just think people just it's easy. It's easy to be ignorant, you know. To say the most disrespectful thing, you don't have to articulate yourself. You don't have to know no big word. You don't. I mean, but I think it's being monetized for people, like I said, to influence people to do more of it. And that's just how you keep a crowd dumb.
So
That's
when
how you
people
keep
say
a crowd ignorant by encouraging ignorance, encouraging them to be
excellent,
ignorant.
when people say weaponize, it's more like a conspiracy theory, then, right? When I hear them
Yeah, I don't
use it,
like. I wouldn't say it. I mean, that's. I don't put too many things in that conspiracy. It's some conspiracy, but I don't put too many things in that category. You know, I just think it's an easy way to move a crowd. Is it a conspiracy to keep people ignorant? No, I don't think it's a conspiracy. They've been doing this shit since the beginning of the time. You keep the masses dumb and ignorant, and then they won't rise up. That's just there's always been like that in society. They just find new ways to do it. Nate the Great in the building. What up, though, bro? What up, though? Good show, man. Good show. I was
yeah,
about to hit the panel. I was trying to put the kitties to sleep, so I didn't get a chance to hit the panel. But good show, bro. BDB, how you living? How you feeling? What up, man?
blessings to everybody. My bad. Let me get out of here because I got things trying to open up here. I can't even see who in the chat.
But no,
Nate, baby.
and that's and you know why another reason I don't like using that word, like because of the perception it has. Like you said, you know, is attached. Like when people use it, they a lot of times associate it to a conspiracy. Now, to even accept a conspiracy, that starts developing a victim mentality, like people doing something to you that you can't do something about. When you can do something about all this shit, just don't participate. That's all you
Right.
got to do. You know, they not ain't nobody coming to your house putting no weapon to your head talking about go online and be ignorant. Ain't nobody doing it by choice. You know, because they can get compensated. You can make a couple $100, but you think
Right.
about how much money you can make in the long run if you do something positive and it's actually helping benefiting people. If people come here and benefit from it, they go tell somebody else, then they go tell somebody else. That's why I always say, tell somebody, tell somebody. Help me spread the word. You know, if you think there's some good shit, we having some good conversations that people can actually grow from this, tell somebody else, man. They don't have to be online. You tell somebody in your family, like, hey, check this crazy motherfucker out. He be knowing what he talking about sometimes. You know what I'm saying? They come over here, they feel the vibe, and now we grew. You know, tell somebody to tell somebody. You know, it can be anybody. Should tell your doctor, tell your lawyer, tell your babysitter, tell anybody. Anybody who will listen, tell them about the word.
Yo, you need to send me the link to your little thing so I can fill it out for my son. Yo,
Yeah,
he said, yeah.
yeah. I gotta update it, but no, I got you. I gotta.
And I'm
I think
already
you sent me
promoting
your.
you to other people. There's like he'll do it even if I'm only you a single mom with a child. Yes, he
Yeah,
will sit here and
I'm.
help you.
I'm gonna up the ages. I think I'm gonna have two different sections. I do want to start helping young men. I'm actually looking for people. Look, man, I got the course. I already got it. The only thing I need people to do is help me implement it. But I want to mentor young men too.
I just
So
signed up.
you know, I'm right now. I'm doing 17, or I switched it to 18 and 10. But I think I told Miss Tracy I even go down to 8. You know, if they willing to listen, I'm willing to speak. You know, that's all it is. I just need their attention for a minute. And like just teaching emotional intelligence, we build them self confidence, self esteem. Those three things in young men take them afar. You know, take them a long way. Those are the things that's lacking that other people are influencing. That's how it's easy to influence these young people because they don't even understand their emotions. They don't have self esteem and they don't understand their abilities to even have confidence. You know, they're not defining themselves to even build the confidence to have the self esteem. So you implement these three things in young men. I personally seen like through the 4 young men that I mentored, 3 of them doing better than me right now. One of them still in school, but when he get out of school, that boy gonna be a bad boy. You know. So I mean, I know the effects that it can have. These three things, you know, and a lot of young men don't, especially the most, carrying in the chat, he don't believe in emotional intelligence. Even if we say emotional regulation, teaching young men about their emotion so they can be aware and be in control of them is vital. You know, a lot of young men are told to suppress their emotions.
Hmm.
So when they get older and something happen, ain't nobody in their ear telling them to suppress it no more. So now they just explode because they don't know how to properly express themselves.
That's how my 15-year-old is. Like that's why he be bumping the wall too much.
Oh, definitely, Kate. Definitely. Yeah, that's the whole key, man. You want to change the future, you got to empower the people who will be running it, man. So the kids is the most vital. That's one of the most vital resources we have as a society right now is the kids, man. So we build them up to be the next great thing. You know, we gonna have that in the next 10, 15 years. It'll be here. But if we don't prepare them, then we give them the keys to the car. They go crash that motherfucker.
Real shit.
like what's going on now? Motherfuckers wasn't ready to drive that Lamborghini and crashed it, and now we dealing with that. So we got to prepare the kids, man. We got to prepare them. Like I know I'm doing that with my son, man. That's my number one goal in life right now is to make sure my son grow up to be a very productive uh, asset to society, not just the family. But I want him to do great things because I know he got the potential. Because I do. I didn't do. I'm still um, living out my potential, you know. But he got. I know stuff that that I should have known when I was younger that I can give to him so he can take it further than what I can. That's another thing, man. Some of y'all old folks, man, get the hell out the way, bro. Let these young look, man. Look, your time is come and gone, bro. Your time come and gone. Let the young bucks have it, man. Let's prepare them, get them ready. You know, they can take stuff further than what we can take it. You know, they still got them young legs. They ready to run the race, man, and people just getting in their way. No, man,
That's
let
why
these young folks have it. Just prepare them, man.
that's why I look at some people that come on here talking about I want to, they trying to bring awareness and this and that, but their paid, their channels, their panels. It's kind of like I'm sitting here like
Yeah,
you're acting
man.
worse than a kid. I was like, you're trying to be a
Man,
leader, but you're not leading by example. So it's kind of like,
man, I was watching this live yesterday. I felt it was so disheartening. I was telling G, I ain't gonna say no names, but I'm watching. I'm like, man, y'all supposed to be my elder. Right? It's okay to goof around, have fun. We do it, we kick it. But when y'all get to yelling and screaming and threatening people, talking about pulling up, like y'all too old for that shit, bro. Like you supposed to be setting examples for me. I'm supposed to be looking up to y'all to see how to navigate, how to move, and what I should be doing in the next 10 years. But y'all on here doing shit that I don't even do. So nah, I can't look up to you. I can't respect that, man. It's like that shit wild. So that shit goofy to me, man.
that's not
Like
right.
I understand losing your cool, but bro, like some of the stuff people be arguing about, man, it ain't even, bro. Leave that shit alone, bro. People be in their egos, be feeling like, bro, it ain't even that serious, man. Like we
So,
arguing over Lucky Charms and Fruit Loops and shit, bro. This shit don't even matter in real life, bro.
so let me
Like
ask you
chill
this:
out.
in your opinion, does the attention economy, right, encourage ignorance or discourage critical thinking?
Both. It encouraged
Mm,
both. It's just. I mean, one like Brother Gary would say,
you're the
you
first
know,
person to say that one.
I'm gonna say this because it, like Brother Gary would say, a lot of the bad things are more profound, so we notice that more than the good thing. But it's spaces on here because the people got attention. You can see like shit is raising other people levels of conversation, other people levels of thinking, intellect, and all that. You get around some of these spaces and you come and try to talk some basic shit, and then somebody spit some real shit, you gonna step your game up. You know what I'm saying? So it can encourage both. It's just what we see the most, what's more profound. And it's the ignorance. The ignorance always gonna be louder than the intellect.
Gotcha. BDBGP is funny as hell. We're Lucky Charms or Fruit Loops all day. Man, listen, to some of these content creators is tricks, and I thought tricks were for kids. Real shit. I take Lucky Charms all day with Fruit Loops and tricks.
Is there some of the topics? I be trying to pick people's brain. I be trying to get like Dan Calloway said, "I'm just here to make you think." That's one of the hottest lines I ever heard, bro. That shit is like gold to me. That shit means so much on so many different levels. Like I'm just here to make you think. Like if you get a motherfucker to think, bro, you know how much power that is. You know that's power, man. If you can get somebody to think, that's fucking power, man. And when he said that, I'm like, bro, you be having me thinking, bro. I like this shit. This is the shit I like. I like when
I tell
motherfuckers can
you,
make me like, hold up, man. Like, hold on, yeah, this shit look,
make me
yeah,
see it
that's
another way. Like, don't you see where I'm coming from? I like that. And
yeah.
people think that that's offensive. I'm like, wait a minute, you're sitting here, you're testing my noggin. I thought it was one way or probably this way, but you just showing me maybe another way or multiple ways of perceiving, of viewing this one thing or multiple things.
Yeah, everything got duality to it. This shit is bad, but it's good at the same time. You know, there's some beautiful places. You go around, have some great conversation, be feeling smart as hell when I leave. Like, damn, I just learned some shit. Then you go some places like you be losing brain cells with every second that pass. Like, god damn, what the fuck is this shit?
Chill,
Like,
man.
this shit, I be feeling like I'm back in the caveman age. Like, man, these fucking barbarians, man. Like, y'all fucking ruthless. Like, this ain't how. Where's the civil? Where's the civilness at? Like people ain't even fucking civilized. Some of the stuff I hear come out, and then like, look, I'm just look. I put the motherfucking thumbnail on unapologetic facts, right? These are facts of life for the word. When women do that shit look 20 times worse. Ain't nothing worse than a ignorant ass woman cussing and yelling and screaming. Like that shit is like, I don't know, man. Maybe because I grew up in the hood and I seen it so much, it was just like I'm turned off. Like that shit is not cute, man. That don't make you strong. That shit is like, I don't like that, man. I know I'm happy my wife quiet until she talks shit to me. Like that, like my wife, if she ever act like that, man, I cut into her ass so quick. Like I just don't. It's worse when men get to yelling and screaming and talking over each other. That
That's some
shit like
gay shit.
women like to me. Yeah, that shit
Sorry.
women like to me, bro. I be like, man, y'all supposed to be the leaders, man. Y'all sounding like women. Like, bro, what the fuck is that?
You funny because I was just talking about that shit with my baby pops earlier. I was like, listen, man, some panels now is like, I don't understand it. I'm like, babe, it's the men. He's like, I told you. I was like, I don't get it because out here they're not like that unless they're really flamboyish, really, zesty.
Yeah,
Like
man.
they're really hopping rainbows. But
I
on
ain't
here,
used
I
to it.
can't determine. He's like, well, next time just listen to me. I was like, just chill out, man. Word told me the last time too.
Yeah, I
I need
can't.
to
I
listen to
can't
your
do that,
ass.
man. Like, I never like where I grew up. I don't know. I'm just used to certain things, right? And I can admit that I'm ignorant as far as the definition to a lot of things, right?
No, these
And
men out
like
here
men going yelling and screaming at no, we ain't do that, man. As
be
soon as
over
somebody
talking each
yelled, it
other.
was bow. That was jaw breaking. You loud? Oh, you yelling at me? It's fight time. Like you get down. Ain't
Things
no
that the men and the women doing it too. Like I'm like, wait a minute. Like and I'm like, yo,
man,
females.
bro, I'll be like, and then like when people come on here doing all that gangster shit, bro, I'll be like, come on, man, that's self incrimination. Like I know you ain't from the street because you all on video. This shit is worse than a damn confession. Like the shit you doing, bro. Like, come on. And then you got gangsters showing paperwork or something. I'm like, bro, where is this going on at? Like, man, these people weird on here, bro. These people are really weird. Like you got gangsters showing other people paperwork. Like where they do that at? Like you couldn't even come back in the hood and say somebody snitched because that was snitching. Like, bruh, when they clap their hands, yeah, I hate when they just keep repeating it. You ain't saying nothing though. You ain't saying nothing though. You ain't saying like, bro, why you keep repeating yourself? You got ADHD or something? It's something like what is that? Tourette's? What the fuck is going on with you? Like something is going on. But what you gonna do? You ain't saying nothing. Though. Like they can't say nothing because you keep saying that dumb shit. Like just be loud and hollering like you won because you was loud and hollering. Like nah, bro,
That's why I
ain't
started
no
this.
substance. Oh man, I ain't
That's why
even
I
gonna
started
tell
this
you.
new
I got a
podcast.
word for it.
I'm gonna do part 2 on this weekend coming up. From bears to battles, redefining women versus men. Beyond the bear versus men debate, women in the spotlight. It's a little different. I was like, man, come on, let's talk about it. I already did part 1.
Oh, the Natrix is in the building. Nate the Great, what up, though?
Oh shit, Nate,
What's good?
baby.
What's good, y'all? What's good, riders, baby?
He
Now,
came
which
to
one of
talk
y'all?
about the Zoom.
Hold on. Which one of y'all called me a trick earlier? I told you I'm an AI guy. Get that right.
Oh shit. He said, which one of y'all?
Nah, I was
I
waiting for you to
can't.
dance with the purse. Nah, Robert. Now, Robert, I look. I tell you this: the only time I get mad, like if a person talk over me like a couple times, I won't sweat it. I ain't gonna get super angry or nothing like that. But I'm gonna put a person like, "Hey, bro, I'm talking. Let me finish." And other than that, bro, I don't. I know what you're talking about though. People be like losing a fucking hemisphere of their brain when somebody talk over them and shit. Like, bro, it ain't that serious. Just tell motherfuckers to shut up. Like I'm talking right now, let me talk, and then you do your thing. You
No, but
know,
on
but
social media, y'all
But when
wild.
all else fails, when all else fails, that's when you're supposed to shut it down. Like if you're doing it on the channel, oh, you ain't gonna listen to this? Let me mute you for about a good 20 minutes. Or matter of fact, let me drop you down until you get right because that is the fact though. Like How
Yeah.
we gonna sit here and have a intellectual dialect on anything, and we constantly cutting each other off, or we getting too emotional? Like that's why I said, depending on what you talking about, some people are gonna be more, conscious and be like, all right, you know what, no need to involve too much feelings in it. But others, man, listen, they'll have a whole church service just because they think you're wrong.
And you know what I learned in my time in the hospital. I learned a lot of like just being around a lot of different groups of people. I learned etiquette, man, and just understanding life is levels to it. So when I hear somebody speaking and I have no understanding of the topic, I just shut the fuck up, bro. And people don't know how to do that. People like you would be talking about something that people would jump in and be saying some other shit like, "What the fuck is you talking about?" So like I don't. It's so many things that life has to offer that people don't experience. But learning little things like etiquette, decorum, like these are things that'll take you a long way in life, man. And you'll know how to interact socially. Most people they don't have social intelligence. They just don't. They don't know how to act within or around a group.
Yeah, but you see, that be the sad part about it though, because like I said, when you do decide to have these conversations, it's hard to have them when these people ain't, I gotta be serious on this notion, or I gotta make sure I don't say nothing that offends, or like it's so many different levels to it, But the most important thing, though, like I said, the problem is most people just want to be a part of the conversation just to be a part of the conversation. But just like you said, if you don't have no knowledge on certain things, just sit back and relax. You know?
Fall back and learn, bro. That's what I mean. And the more you learn, the more you can, indulge in different conversations. But just learn about it first. There ain't nothing wrong with that, bro. People don't be wanting to learn. That's why I was just telling Rachel, man. Don't nobody really want to learn. People think they know everything. What Gary say? If you already grown, you can't grow no more.
It's the
I'm in the
truth.
mood for some Lucky Charms now. I'm about to go pour me a bowl of rainbow marshmallows. Social media, they like it a lot, especially the men. They be hopping on these Jones so much.
Nah, the one thing. No, but see, that's the
That's
one thing.
delicious.
I can see if you coming on here, prime example, and you sticking to what you sticking to, but when you coming on here for complete nonsense all day, every day, after a while, I do get dried up. It's like you are blessed
Mhm.
to have a platform. Try to do as much as possible on your platform, no matter what you're doing. Like I said, it's just having that real decorum because like I was just telling somebody the other day, I was like, if you gonna have, it's like I got somebody else talking about they might try to do the podcast thing because I know they was ghost watching me. And he was like, yo, sir, you seem like it's mad easy. I said it is to some degree. I said it's easy to have a conversation with people. It's like you sitting on the block. You can have intelligent conversations with people from the block. I don't care what hood you from. It's just not incorporating ignorance when you having an in-depth conversation. That's it.
Commander, I found the smoke detector. It was in my junk drawer. Let me change the battery. Okay, you happy now?
Doing that damn fire alarm, man.
Oh, wait a minute. Somebody just had a whole live about that not so long ago about people coming on and their damn alarms going off. Like they was coming at every content creator whose alarm came off. And I'm
That
like,
thing
damn
went.
word. I wonder how many times they cursed you out on the low.
Man, I
You
don't
still
even know
having
what
problems?
this damn thing is. Front
About to say you
loading
still
that
having problems, bro? Shoot, I thought you been got rid of that dog smoke detector. See, you just trying to refurbish stuff. Man, I gotta watch you, son. I gotta watch you.
Well,
Yeah,
you know what it was?
yeah,
You know what it is? It was one I was supposed to put up that I never. This ain't even got a battery in it, bro. It ain't just. Oh, it must be. Okay, y'all keep rocking. Niggas be
You break, you buy. Fire alarm, $5.
AI Matrix now. How can I say it? The Looney Tunes called the Matrix. Where
Don't get
Tiny?
stuck.
Where Tony?
Don't get stuck in the matrix. Please don't.
We're all a little loony.
No, but you just it is the truth though. Like it's times people can sit down and have some real genuine talks, but again, you're gonna have some people who just want to be ignorant to the facts or just to, deter and take away from. But when you mature enough to understand and read certain things, just like tonight, I could have went off and had eulogy style on that troll, but for what? This is a serious conversation and you're not even worth that. So a lot of times you don't feed certain things. See, if you don't feed certain things that's sprouting off as negativity, won't go deep into it. And that's where some people mess up. I done seen some content creators look like they was going to have a great dialect, but then they allowed certain ignorance to come in.
You seen some where they look like they're about to have a heart attack? That's where I go up. I'm like, I'm not gonna have you on my conscience. You ain't gonna unalive yourself on social media having a heart attack over some senseless shit. Bye. I'm out. Whoa, I hear the alarm now.
I'm trying to change the damn battery. I can't get this motherfucker out.
It went off in my ear.
Yeah, I can't get the damn battery out.
Fucking Nate went really AI on me. All I heard was beep, 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 beep.
Bro, that's not even this one. Is another fucking one in my house? Bro, I done found, I got two in my hand right now. There's another one in there because it's not even the one. Bro, look, y'all got to deal with it.
My alarms are off. Fuck them bitches.
It's me. I told you. That's what y'all get for calling me a trick. Now I'm letting all the electronics go off. Damn it.
I think I'm playing with it.
Everybody gonna get this work today.
Oh shit. They said, man, I had all my zoo animals put up. I'm taking y'all to the safari today. No, fuck that, the jungle. Welcome to the jungle.
Nah, I let the animals run around the streets, let them do what they gonna do. But they know where to go to, so don't worry. I still owe you about 3 more raccoons at your front door, so don't worry. Keep on.
Chill, man. Yo, the other night I was going to the smoke shop at 2:00 in the morning. That's only like 4 blocks away, right?
Yeah.
And I'm walking down the street minding my own business, right? And I'm looking at my phone, right, trying to see what I can listen to as I'm walking back home, right? Next thing I know, this thing stands in front of me. I'm like, yo, I froze. This big ass cat. When I look at it, I'm like, it's a fucking raccoon.
Oh shoot!
And me like, he's just staring at me. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what's wrong with it? So I'm walking over and it just keeps looking. I'm like, motherfucker, if you jump me, I swear to God.
You thought you had some food. That's why. See.
So I had to go walk around this damn raccoon. I was like, never have I felt so stalked, so violated in my life without even being touched. Like, what the fuck?
So, well, you just gonna sit here and come out there? I can't get nothing.
I'm sitting here looking at, mind you, I'm only 4'11", so I'm comfortable as shit, walking around in my own business. This motherfucker almost up to my fucking hip, standing up. I'm like, yo, you gotta be kidding me. That's a big ass fucking raccoon.
B, how you living? How you feeling?
What's good with it?
Oh shit, we got somebody else on panel.
What's good?
Rachel, Nate,
what's up?
my guy. What's
Bro,
poppin'?
I can't get this battery out the damn smoke alarm to change it, bro.
Anger got you really over there. That was Nate. It was Nate.
I told you.
I wasn't bothering me.
Like you got stop having fire alarm. You gotta make sure ain't nobody cooking, man. That's why that fire alarm ain't going off, man. I smell a barbecue rib somewhere in there. I know.
On the stove, that's what it is.
But I appreciate y'all for rocking out earlier, though. I had to bring that topic because, like I said, that hit close to home, and it was kind of close to home.
I gotta catch the replay. I caught you at the end.
Nah, you came in because like I said, it was just young boy shot himself yesterday.
Oh shit!
Yeah, this happened across the street from me in one of the new buildings, but the way the boy was screaming, you'd have thought it happened outside, but when you looked out the window and I'm looking, that somebody had came out and started wrapping his leg up or whatever. So I'm like, well, what the hell? And then, he even said it on that Citizens app that somebody got shot, but then they took it down. Come to find out, he shot himself. And apparently it's because he was trying to get some get back for, like I said, a whole young adult robbed him. So he was trying to go get his get back, but the thing is, he harmed himself doing so. Like I said, you gotta be careful. Like I said, even with the parents and the guardians, y'all gotta be careful, man. Yeah, because it's bad enough they go through enough as it is, but then they gotta worry about what's supposed to be young adults or even adults accosting them. Come on, man, that ain't fair.
You ain't lying. Listen, like I told Word, these are conversations I gotta try to have with my son. Like right now, I deal with it with my support system because he hard headed. So his father not there, so it's really the men around me that are his role models are the ones kicking in right now. So it's like he thinks I'm being a bitch. Let's put it like that, an asshole. But in reality, I'm being a mother. Like I tell him, like I get it. You being mad, you getting mad at me. You got two options: stay mad at me, for as long as you want, or get unmad. But at the end of the day, I'm your mother, and I'm just doing what's best for you. That's it. Simple as that.
Exactly.
Like you can stay mad. Like people, oh, but you're wrong. He could do this. I was like, look. At the end of the day, my child is 15 years old, so he's got two options right now. Get his shit together, or he's gonna end up in two places: in jail or in a fucking casket.
Exactly. I see, like what I was saying yesterday. Well, yeah, technically it is yesterday. Happy Tuesday, everybody. But
Because parents are getting too soft with these kids. Like, you're not going to sit here and tell me you have your child running your house. You're the parent. The child stays in their fucking place. You don't let your child do whatever the fuck they want to do. If they mad, they get mad. That's the problem with these parents now. They're getting lazy and they want the celebrities and all this shit to, raise their kids.
Rachel, I'm just telling you. You told me if I stop saying bro, you was gonna stop cussing.
Oh,
and I stopped saying bro. So now you're gonna be bro for the next 12 shows. I'm calling you bro for the next 12 shows.
I think you gotta catch the
But Rachel, you got to keep in mind too that those same parents that are just letting their kids run amok and act a fool, they're kids themselves. Because they had those kids at an early age. They weren't ready. They weren't prepared. They haven't gone through the stages of what it is to be an adult, full fledged. So of course, when they have kids at a young age, they're kind of second childhood type of phase. So it's
we can't just blame it on that because then what's the excuse for the ones that do get it together? They had kids at an early age. You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah,
I think it's more of a mental thing. Like some of us just not fully, like Word says it a lot on his panel. Like some of us is just not mentally fully developed, but then it's kind of like we shouldn't be having kids. Then, like, you see where I'm coming from? I know it sounds fucked up on how I'm saying it, but it's kind of like
too. Like society has gotten. It's also today's society. Everybody's so damn sensitive now and timid. And one thing you do, you pluck a kid now, they ready to give you 5 to 10. Like, come on, like. Back then, we got the belt, we got the extension cord, we got all the different forms of discipline, and we came out fine. It wasn't abuse, it wasn't anything like that.
See, but back then, the parents and some of the old heads.
I got abused.
No, but you gotta sit here and realize, look at what's happening right now, and then the abusers they don't even, listen. DHS ain't shit, right? They're already filming the kids. They've been filming the kids, and what's crazy when it comes to them, and I say it a lot, they want to sit here and mess with the families that are doing what they got to do while they neglect the families that are sitting here grabbing the type of belts, right? Oh, my parents did it to me. Yeah, but you're abusing your child. There's a difference between giving your child a whooping and beating your child almost to death.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's why you listen. You got belts and paddles. What you think you got an ass cheek for? Excuse me for cursing, but what you think you got ass cheeks for? Belts and asses. No, but shit. My mom's shoot. I remember my mom, may she rest in peace, said that one time to me, and I just looked at her for a minute, like, what you mean? She like, there's a reason why they make belts. There's a reason why they make paddles. And if I ever got to use this paddle on you, and she did have a big ass paddle, but she never had to use it on me because I ain't ever get that crazy.
The paddle? I mean, like a paddle?
A whole bit. Look, a wide paddle. She probably could have spanked 2 kids at the same time. Oh, y'all think y'all slick? Like it was like that. But see,
Burnby paddles.
Bro, I still got these 2 little circles on my thigh. I used to get paddles at school, bro. The fox is in the building. What did the fox say? Ding, 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 ding. What up, man? But no, man, I still got these 2 circles on my leg from the paddles. We used to get paddled at school, bro. We used to get whoopings at school from the principal, and then you go home and get an ass whooping too. So like these kids got it easy, bro.
Yeah, that was halftime.
Yeah, because they getting rewarded. That's why they're not getting. See, that's the thing. Again, that's because parents back then was holding their kids accountable to everything. So if you did something even after I told you not to, guess what? You're gonna take accountability for all your actions, and then you gonna get punished with it, like you supposed to. I couldn't sit here and think to be failing on my classes, but I still get rewarded the damn game system, or I get rewarded a new phone. Yeah, it'd be like, oh, so you want to fail? You ain't gonna be failing to study this summer. You gonna sit right here. Now I'm gonna watch you. I'm gonna do what you. That's the thing. Just like it was a point that was made earlier during my live. That's the truth. You gotta be more on point, not just with them being in schools, but just even with them outside in the world around you. You're gonna give your kids some leniency and let them, develop and socialize. Cool, but it still be safety valves because again, the world around us is slowly but surely going crazy, and you don't want to have to hear, I got to come pick my child up from the precinct or I got to come identify my child.
Facts.
Man, I got whoopers for things I ain't even do yet, bro. I got future
It's like that song by Ghostface. I don't know if y'all ever heard it off the Fish Scale album. It's called Whip You With a Strap. One of the lines he said on there, he was like, nowadays kids don't get beat, they get big treats, video games, and all that. Pair of Jordans every other week. That's
the truth.
You know what it is too? And I sat there and keep saying this because it is true. It's because it's gotten to a point where some of these parents, and I commend all the parents who actually are still going by the old ways that was taught or bestowed upon them. But for the rest of them, it's just like, some of y'all either too chicken and too scared because you worried about. Now listen, if you didn't give birth to this child, how the hell do you as an establishment think you could tell me how to raise my child? No.
Nothing's worse than when I see like those parents do that counting system with their kids, like 1, 2, 2.5, 3. All right.
It was you only got 2 in my house. 1, 2. Oh, hey! I tell you, you ain't even get to 3. You didn't shoot. Like,
show me what that
wasn't no counting.
2 3/4. Like, damn, I get to 3 already. Like,
I'm gonna give you 5 seconds to get out of my way. 1, hey, that wasn't 5, ma. It don't matter. I told you. You should have said, I'm giving you. You should have just ran in. You should have just ran in because you knew you was messed up.
You got to leave before 1 even come out.
Sometimes you might not even get the whole 1. You make it. Oh shoot! Come on now. But see, it was necessary though because again, it was the seriousness in there. Like, yo, listen, man. We not gonna be doing this song and dance all day. So you gonna conform to something, or you gonna conform to something. Either which way, you're gonna conform. Like, that's the truth.
Right.
Come on, now.
Yeah.
Okay, Commander. Mission accomplished. I found the beeping smoke alarm. It was the carbon monoxide / smoke alarm. It was in a cabinet above my refrigerator. I had to get the step ladder to look over. But okay, so we shouldn't be hearing that no more.
That was one high ass cabinet.
I still hear it.
I still hear it. That ain't me then. Because look, I didn't change 2 different smoke detectors and took the battery out the last one. So if y'all still hear one, it ain't me. I ain't got no more damn detectors in the house.
We're the only person I know that could
good job.
Preach the gospel.
Oh shit, Commander!
I had to come up here and say thank you.
Say word. You're the only one I know that could preach the word and fix stuff around the house at the same time. So
I was getting for the word. I was getting worried. I was praying. I was like, I hope don't hurt yourself, word. I didn't want to say nothing though, because I don't want to take away your man card or nothing like that. But
no, I almost fell down the stairs because like the detectors is going down the stairs, and I was on my tippy toes trying to get it.
I'm not getting blamed for that. Mrs. Word is not going to blame me.
Mm. I ain't had my life alert on either, so if I would have slipped and fell, when
No,
nobody
you
knew.
see,
Stop, man.
see,
Come
but
on.
you see how men do instead of like wait till like tomorrow morning. Like
Because it
he's got
wasn't
to get it
bothering
done.
me, but y'all kept complaining about it, so I'm like, you know
Who was
what?
complaining? Who
You,
Yeah.
I'm not
complained?
that old to be having no light
you,
bulb.
you. Hold
BDB
on, what
was
does it say?
complaining. BDB,
No,
why were you complaining, BDB?
it
I had nah.
says.
I just when I
What does it
first came
say?
in, I just saw a smoke detector, and I just added the beeps to it in the live chat. So
I was
I was just
checking.
laughing because I thought
Uh,
it was my house, and I was like looking up on the ceiling, and then I realized it was someone on the panel. Like that's where it
this
was
the
coming
third
from.
day, and this wasn't even one that's. I mean, it's in the cabinet. I don't even know why I got a battery in it. I didn't even hook that one up.
Cause like I got one earbud in and like one not, and so it was like it like tricked my mind. I thought it was my house.
The tricks from mine. Tricks are for
Yeah, like I
kids.
seriously thought it was like yeah, it's
mind
funny.
playing tricks on y'all.
Hmm.
Mine's good tricks on me.
Don't
Oh,
forget,
You
I
gotta
had I
get
had
your
a
tippy
ghetto
toes.
boys moment.
You gotta get on your tippy
What
toes to
up,
reach when
nine?
everything work.
Yeah,
What up,
because it's going down the stairs.
BDB?
You know how the ceiling is at a slope, and for some reason they didn't put it at the bottom of the stairs. They put it at like the first three stairs, so there's a high ceiling right there.
I was gonna say, 'cause you look pretty tall. Like,
Well, 6 foot. I mean, I got on my tippy toes and got it. I mean, I can touch it. I just couldn't twist it. So I mean, I had to get on my tippy toes and twist it. But it's like when you go down, it's like the first three stairs, the ceiling is still high right there. It don't, dip down until you get to like the sixth, seventh stair.
got you, got
That
I
sounds
really had to
interesting.
come on because Nate Baby and BDB hardly are up here. So
I've been
What you
doing
mean
it
I'm hardly up here? What you mean I'm
yeah,
hardly
you're
up
a
here?
special guest.
Nah, I ain't no special guest. I ain't that damn special. You see the look on my face? I ain't special. Shoot.
You're like a rarity card, you know.
And,
now. I'm on the West Coast now, so it's a little earlier over here. So when I don't have to work both jobs, I've been trying to. I tune in, but I'm trying to be more active on the panel and stuff. It was just when I was on the East Coast, it was just late. It's like I had to get
yeah,
work this morning.
We're gonna
So
hold you to it.
Man, listen, you know my routine already. You know I pop up when I need to pop up, but sometimes I sit back and relax and enjoy the show.
I know I wanted to hit your panel earlier, but my little thing too was going crazy, bro. I'm like, my son's sleep, she jumping around. I'm like, hold on, bro, don't wake him up.
Nah, you good. Like I said, I'm gonna revisit that conversation. So yeah, y'all always more than welcome. Because I had to bring that topic tonight because like I said, that was too close to home. Because it's like I said, and it's not like I don't know the boy. I know who it was. It's just like you out of all people, like. But then like when you hear stuff like that, but you gotta think about it. How does a child really react and try to? That's what I was saying. You got to be able to have these combos, even the uncles, aunts, grandparents, whoever's supposed to be the reasonable adult. Have these conversations to make sure that the young ones ain't going through what they're going through. Because it's like I said, you went to go try to get your get back for somebody doing something to you, but in that same token, you could have unalived yourself. And then what? But then you gotta look at it too. That adult would have been the main reason why that chain effect happened. Because you didn't have to do what you did to that young one. So
that's good.
Facts.
especially when they not moving in the streets like that. They ain't trying to glorify the thing to a degree, but it's just like you don't know how some of these kids might take that. Especially when they're young. Think about it. You're going through that anxiety, like this just happened to me. What am I supposed to do now? But if you go and do what you're supposed to do and just really speak to your parents and talk to them, you can get through these situations to some degree.
Yeah, because for kids it's like amplified. Like it's a small thing to us, but to them it's like the end of the world. It's like
Hmm.
huge.
All right.
And then yeah, think about it too. Like he gonna have to go through some stuff for popping himself. But imagine if he would have made it to his destination and unalived somebody, his whole life would be thrown away, bro. So I
But think
mean,
about it. But think about it. That'd have been a young one, and then especially he still is technically young. I don't even think he's 14. You would have
Man,
been in trouble or you could have possibly been in trouble for going to unalive somebody that's maybe like in their early 20s. I think the person that did that to them was in their 20s. So it's
I was
just like I'm saying, even that, but that shouldn't have happened in the first place. You as an adult, once you reach the age of 21, all that extra stuff you're doing, yeah, you bugged out. If you think that is cool to try to intimidate and harm some of these young ones, you're bugging.
And that's the crazy thing now, because like even like kids, teenagers that are under the age of like 21 and 18 that are doing all types of wild shit, they're trying them as adults now. I don't know if you saw that recent situation with that one guy,
Yeah.
the 14-year-old that killed the lady.
Uh,
He ran up on her and like hijacked her car and killed her and stuff like that. Now he just got sentenced to life. He's only 14.
yeah, but see, some states they really do as much as some of them states they actually go by that old bylaw. Don't matter what age you are, if you did something that cost somebody their life, yeah, you can forget about seeing the outside. You could forget about trying to see the light of day again, unless they have some form of leniency themselves.
And most of them don't. It's like now they're starting to up the laws now in a lot of these other states. They're starting to try these young kids as adults now. Be like 12, 13
Like,
years old. Like I said,
it's
never seen the
crazy that
light of day again.
some of these kids are doing things that they're committing adult crimes, like really committing this shit.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Somebody
And
had to
that's the
break this
thing.
down to me because I was thinking like you too, and I was really like, really speaking up for them. It was like, but Ray, come on, you gotta be neutral. You gotta be, really, you know, understand the situation because it's like I was really defending these kids, thinking that they could change. They could. Some of them don't change. Some of them don't want to change, and that's the crazy part about it. And I had to realize that the hard way.
But you got to think about what the laws are created for. Is to create people from deterring to do things. So, I mean, kids getting charged as adults. I mean, I don't see the problem with it, honestly. I understand. I was young, dumb, and reckless. I did a lot of stuff. If I would have got caught, they would have tried my ass as an adult. But um, it is the parents' responsibility to put that structure and discipline in them and help them understand authority. We got laws for a reason. It's to deter people from doing crime. So if you're going out there trying to unalive somebody, yeah, you might be young and ignorant, but at the same time, why are you even into this type of shit? So, nah, I don't see a problem with it. It's a deterrent. So you tell a young motherfucker your life will be gone forever if you do this, and hopefully they get the message. If not, then they throwing their own life away.
Exactly.
It's
Well,
about
there's a
it's
law.
about showing accountability. And then that's how and it's sad that some of them got to learn accountability that way. They got to go through the system instead of just saying, you know what, I don't really need to do this.
There's a law now where before, like, if you were a teenager and you got life in prison, now I think you have to do at least 20 years, and now you can be up for parole if you
Yeah,
were a
life
teenager. So a
sentence.
lot of them are getting out.
Yeah, life sentence is 25 years. That's a life sentence. It's 25. So after unless you get if you get natural life, then that's your natural life. But if they give you life, that's
And then
usually
there was
25
kids
years.
getting
Yeah,
life. There was
25.
teenagers getting life,
Just
Hey,
a
I,
year.
I,
You
life,
could be past,
the whole
you could be
life.
you could be past 25 years, depending. Because just like I said, life is what it is. That's just like when they rest in peace. When they tried to do that thing with Kobe, they was talking about 5 to life. I said, damn. Yeah,
Right.
imagine being in a state like that, 5 to life, even off the simplest crime. But
I think
that just goes to show you that some of these states are not playing when it comes to these crimes.
like
And that's the
Robert in the chat was saying in the South, and I think some of those places where they got like actual life was in the South.
no, when they call it, like, if you listen when they sentence people, if they say natural life, that means you ain't never get out of jail. But if you get a life term, what they call a life sentence, that's 25 years.
look, just to hear the word life is just
Well,
like,
that's dumb.
damn,
No,
that shit is
no, the
Nah,
scary.
but
life sentence,
imagine.
he did 25. He did. They gave him 20 to life. They ended up doing 25 years.
That's
He
dumb.
just got out like 2 years ago. But you usually get that for like murder to a manslaughter and shit like that.
Yeah,
I'm
Like
gonna
if
tell
you
you
try
why
to
that's messed up. Because if you're a family member and you're like thinking it's life, and then they get out in 25 years, or like 20
Well,
to
no,
life, and they
all
only have
that
to do
is
5 more
explained.
past 20.
But all that is explained. You got to watch the sentences hearing. All that is
Yeah,
explained. That's why they say 25 or life. They say
I would
25.
be a little irritated.
But
Yeah.
shoot, imagine getting 7 life sentences plus an extra. Well, no, my fault. Imagine getting 6 life sentences plus 100 and some odd years. You might as well say that's your whole natural life right there. Shit.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah. I heard somebody got 100 years once. I'm like,
That
damn.
was the rapper. That was the rapper. I forgot his name. Rod Diggs. He
Yeah,
got he got hit with like 5 life sentences plus the 100 and some odd years. I said, well, damn.
just
But
shoot
it
them.
can happen like that when you out there heavy like that, though.
Grizzly Blind Fury. What up, though?
Might as well just shoot them dead.
What up, Blind?
Why tell them all of that?
That's my homie right there, Blind.
800 years, Jesus. Just anything
800
with
years.
Salute.
Man, man, nah, man. What was that? It was a serial killer. What was her name? And they gave that lady like, God, maybe like
It was a lady.
100, yeah, 100 consecutive life sentences or something like that. Man, she
Hmm.
unalived like 27 people, man. She was
Wow.
ruthless. She was down south somewhere. I think it was in Texas.
I gotta look that up.
She- What is
any
that lady name?
life it's scary just to hear that. It's like, oh
Yeah,
man.
but you got to be careful in how you moving, though. But see, that's the thing, though. There's a lot of the things that are unpredictable, but when you dig deep or you try to dig deep into the mind, you can see where some of these people are coming from. But then the same token, it's still a waste of your life because you ain't necessarily have to even take that route. But you never know what's going through somebody's mind. And if they not being presented with how to, deal with certain emotions and certain ticks and certain all it takes is the smallest tick to make a crazy person go crazy.
Yeah, she
True.
was
Rob said
insane.
some people really get the book thrown at them, and damn, the book that's the whole public library. You get 800 years. That's every library in every single community in town. Like,
Nah,
more
but
than
that's crazy because you think about it. Just like Word said, the life sentences. All right, yeah, you just got 5 of them, so you got 125 years already. Like
yeah.
you got 125 years plus an extra 100. Like, man, come on, come on, son. Like,
I think they be doing that on purpose too, just to fuck with them. Like, yeah, let's add another 100 years on there. See how that really hits them. Like, damn. Like,
Yeah,
yeah, but see,
live
but you
them.
had to have did something though. You had to have did something for you to even get that in the first place. But see,
Right.
this the thing though. Some people be operating the way they operate, and whether it's gang affiliated or not. If this is just how they move in the streets, at some point, especially when they feel like I'm untouchable or nothing can happen to me, at some point they hit that wall. All
So
it
here,
takes is just the right evidence, and that's it. They
so here,
hit that wall.
so Nate, here's my question: do they
What's
think
up?
people, if they're getting hit with 500 years, do they really think people are going to live that long?
No,
Nah,
that's just to break your
they
spirit.
just giving you the fair warning that look, regardless of what, you gonna be here. Even once you pass on, you still gonna be here. You still
Your
probably gonna
soul is sentenced.
I sentenced you to
Yeah,
500 years. Like,
that's,
what? I probably won't even see 100. So 500. My spirit's
nah,
still
but
Hey, but you know what they say sometimes? Like people live longer in prison
I ain't
because
never
they
heard.
make. No, you haven't heard of that? There's because they're like, well, no, I guess not
There's a
all of them
reason
are.
they do that though.
They do
There's
what?
a reason they do
It's
that.
called death
They
row.
give you the 500 year sentence and stuff like that. Somebody wrote it down, or they probably wrote it down too. And I think that gives you a chance, I think, to get like a retrial. I don't know what it's called. It's kind of like a retrial. There's another word for it. For you to be able to and it's not reapply. Yeah, don't
Appeal?
give it an appeal. There you go. Shit, I'm over here
Yeah.
words, lost in
yeah, but
words.
you gotta think about it. You only get a certain amount of appeals. So if you
Exactly.
go through all of them and you still get denied, you just gonna have to do what you gotta do.
Yeah, you there until you die.
Pretty much. I think that's what it is.
Man, don't break no fucking laws. Just do that shit. You ain't got shit, bro.
Crimes are crimes.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
even the smallest crime that could land you in jail should be a life lesson for you, period. That's like I was telling somebody, I said, all right, you think it's cool till you get caught doing something you ain't supposed to be doing. I said, it's like drinking shot. And you gonna be saying, I didn't mean to crying and shit, but no, but it's the truth though, because like I was trying to tell somebody the other day, I said the problem with some of these young ones coming up is that they really think they built for that shit, but then when they realize they asses is in trouble, all the crying and snitching come out. I said that's just like a bunch of them right now. You could go do something. God forbid somebody get unalive because of what they did. They could just went to go jump somebody. That person, God forbid, lose their life. When they get wrapped up, who you think gonna be snitching? The weakest ones in the link. Like, well, we only went because Darren said we was gonna go. That's how I start.
They be
That's
hella
all I'm
tough.
saying. If you ain't prepared to keep your mouth shut, and this is what a street nigga told me, if you ain't prepared to do what you gonna do, take your accountability and shut your mouth up when it's time to shut your mouth up. Don't think about being in the streets.
They be acting just
Have you
like
guys heard of Wade Wilson?
yeah.
Yeah.
Wade Wilson didn't get like nothing. He wasn't crying about it. He was like, you know what I think? Like maybe because like he's more like a narcissist. Do you think narcissists won't do that? They won't cry.
Psychopath.
Oh
Psychopaths,
no,
yeah,
no.
he's like that.
If I'm not mistaken, I think he got diagnosed as a psycho. What is this lady name?
He tattooed his whole face like a clown, and then he was like, yeah, he was like laughing and smiling, like something's wrong with you. And then he thought he was gonna get out of jail.
It's so funny how they act like they're so tough, and then when they get those sentences thrown at them, they start breaking down and crying. They be looking like those moms on the Maury show when they find out that the gun was involved and stuff, and then they go running all backstage and fall on the wall and cry. Nah, don't do all that now. No,
You didn't think about that. You didn't think about all that before the situation happened. Don't think about it now. And that be the truth. But then you got some people who still be cold hearted even throughout court. But when they finally sit in that cell and realize, damn, I really messed up. Damn, I'm really not going nowhere. That's when it starts seeping in. That's why I was telling somebody, I said, just imagine you went out with somebody, you did something, now it became a severe crime. That person either done lost their life or could lose their life. You
right?
like what you gonna do then? What you gonna do when they really come slap them cuffs on you and start grilling you about certain things? You know, come on there. Like if you know you're not really built and prepared for that type of life, then you shouldn't be trying to be a part of it.
My way of staying out of prison is like I play that Nas song in my head off of the Nostradamus album, Last Words, where he was
Yeah.
describing himself as a prison cell. And just the way he was talking about it, it's like, God damn, like that just makes me never want to do it. That and Eddie Murphy's reaction in the movie Life when the judge said, like, what the hell you mean life? I ain't doing no damn life. That's a mistrial.
Yeah, but you know what's messed up though? Because in that situation it was different because you got but then it can happen now. You got blamed for a crime you didn't do. And everybody is oh it's you. And that's the sad part about it. Like that's another thing I was going to touch on another different day. Like you gotta make sure that everything is being done correctly because that's just like prime example. You arrest somebody for a crime and then come to find out they ain't have nothing to do with the crime at all. You know,
Yeah, that's the worst.
Now there
yeah.
are
Man,
Look
people
up
who
at the
do
people
commit
coming
the
home now.
crimes,
Yeah,
but
because look up at the people coming home now from being lied on or just because just because you fit the description. Like, come on now, man.
yeah,
Even like that shit that happened to those 5 black kids in New York. They made the Netflix series about it and stuff like that.
Central
yeah,
Park
yeah,
Five.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, one of them didn't even get a chance to make it home. And they was almost they could have been they was about to be free along with their buddies, but I think I think he unalived himself if I'm not mistaken, or I think
mm-hmm,
something happened to him in the prison. I was trying to
mm-hmm.
remember which one it was. I think either he did something to himself or somebody did something to him, but he
Nah,
didn't even get a chance to come home.
he got something done to him and he couldn't live with it, so he did it. So,
Well, you guys would where do you would trip out on the Delphi case? Have you ever heard of Odinism? It's like sort of cult,
uh-uh.
and they're talking about like this guy might have been framed. He was found guilty though, but it's like a really crazy story. But some of the prison guards, some of the people in law enforcement, are actually part of the Odinism cult, and they had actually on their uniforms the cult patch. And they're trying to say that they framed this guy as part of that cult that he supposedly has nothing to do with, but he got blamed for unaliving 2 young girls.
See, man, I'm straight, bro. There's so much crazy shit be happening. That's why I'm be trying to be cool with everybody. You know, like I grew up with this dude. He became a police officer, and some stuff happened, and he was conflicted from because he knew the people, or like be a cop, or be a friend, and it was so messed up that he unalived himself. Because like if he would have turned them in, then something would happen to his family, and he had to do his job. Like that's fucked up position to be in.
This guy, they actually, because normally when you're being tried, they put you in jail. They don't put you in prison, right? Until they prove that you're guilty is when they transfer you to prison. In the meantime, even if it's 2 years, 3 years, and your trial is still like long and drawn out, you're in jail. This guy, they actually put him in prison. They put him in a hole. Like when they brought him out one time, he looked like he dropped 100 pounds. He looked like so malnourished, like he was sickly. It was bad, really bad.
I couldn't, man. Like it's so many things that we see on TV, or then we see that like it really happened, and you can't even comprehend that shit, bro. But yeah, you can be put up and set up and shit, and your life over with. Like you think people will have more humanity than to let an innocent person, especially when they in like law enforcement or even lawyers and shit. You really hope that people wouldn't allow innocent people to, go through that experience, but that's just not reality. The reality is this shit happen all the time. We just don't hear about it.
And the Innocence Project, it's like a small percentage of people they help.
Yeah, but that's because you got to think about it. Look how many innocent people are really locked up, and for some of them, it's hard to even try to prove that they are innocent because look how long the crime happened.
Right.
You might not be the same officers. You might not have,
Evidence,
the
everything.
witness. Yeah, you might even have witnesses that claimed or did whatever. They might not even be here. So, like I said, any little lifeline that would give them a lifeline is basically out the window. But this is why now, especially nowadays, it don't matter. It's good that they got cameras in certain areas because now you could actually see what's going on. Like, oh, he wasn't there. Like I said, think about it. You getting framed for a crime, and then come to find out in 4K, you wasn't even there. So, that's what I'm saying. But I've always told somebody, even as of recently, you got a phone now, start recording certain actions just to be on the safe side. Because that's just like prime example. A woman could lie and say that you did this, but if you've been recording the whole time, they ain't gonna be able to take that. They ain't gonna be able to take the fact that you recorded for your
Even
safety.
then.
Yeah.
Even then, sometimes with evidence, sometimes it's not admissible or whatever. Even then, but obviously you got to try your best. Blind,
Yeah,
I've
but
never heard of that story.
I'm looking it up now.
Sorry, Nate. What'd you say?
Was he an actor, Blind? That's all I'm saying. Oh, hold on. I think this is it. The life of David. Crime thriller film.
We got to be wearing body cams. Body cams.
Nah, but even like prime example, you got a cell phone, record some of your interactions. So this way, if there is something, yeah, they be damned if you say inadmissible when I just sat here and stopped myself from getting blamed for a crime that I know I didn't do.
There's
But
an app where I want to say if you like just push one button, it'll start recording. Like even if it drops, even if the phone shuts off, it'll still record. And like the other person won't know. If they try to grab your phone, they won't know that it's recording.
And see, this is why I just don't fuck with everybody. There's too much shit going on. It's too much, right? I'm
Word don't
straight.
leave his house.
I leave my house. I just don't
I'm
fuck
just
with
kidding.
people when I leave it. Nah, everybody can't fuck with word. I'm straight. Motherfuckers be
But
blaming
you
you.
could be just minding your own business and get caught up in something.
They come get me. I'm be
Sometimes.
like, I couldn't have did the crime because I'm legally blind. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. God damn it, I couldn't see to do it, so fuck off. Get out of here.
Blind justice.
I got plausible
I'm just an old
deniability
man
right,
with my old cane
in my life alert.
and my life alert.
About to step down, party people. I just wanted to come up real quick, chop it up with y'all. Got to get to work tomorrow, so
All right, BD
much
BD.
I
love to you.
Take it
appreciate.
easy.
Salute,
I
salute.
appreciate.
No problem. Y'all take care.
Blessings.
Yeah, I'm about to drop down in a second myself. It's lunchtime. Well,
Ooh.
What you eating
How
them
much?
coon
How much
burgers?
you got left?
I got a big plate for everybody. Chicken breast and Spanish rice for everybody.
Nice.
He got ostrich legs and
Oh,
Cambodian
Frog
rice.
soup. He's got chicken biscuits. No, I meant how much time you have left at work at the plantation.
That's a
but
plantation.
I'm out here in the next like 2 hours, so
All right. Well, be safe.
I'm safe because I'm done for the night.
Be
About to
safe,
stuff
safe,
my face
baby.
and be like Steven. Pretty listening to
don't
this little conversation.
don't get jumped by no raccoons, bro. We don't want to have to come bail you out with a turkey sandwich.
Well, you ain't got to worry about raccoons. They've been kind of scared. We got skunks now.
Don't
Oh
get
damn.
mistaken by an immigrant and get caught up with ICE. Don't let ICE take you. Hide from the vans.
Damn,
That
you
was
stuck
take.
with Pepe Le Pew?
Yeah, nah. Apparently, in my area now, we done spotted some skunks, and it's rare. It's rare. I'm like,
They migrating with the
they might
migrants.
bring in the wrong places though. Like, we come all the way to come all the way to the concrete jungle to shop. Nah,
They
how
came
you
in
Smell
get
with
your
here
the
on the
migrants.
food.
subway? Like, how did you get here on the subway, on the bus? What? Like, 'cause I need to know. Like,
The migrants brought them.
Right?
I'm going to hell.
Yeah, you are.
nah, but that's the one thing. I
Kick
think I'm
butt.
more scared of that now. I think I'm more scared than that. Yeah, man, listen. I do not want to get sprayed minding my business. Society.
No, no, skunks are
Just keep
cool,
them
bro.
tomato
I never,
strips in handy.
bro, I always be chilling with the skunks, man. They cool. They don't spray you unless they feel like you threatening or something.
And that's the problem because even when you're not trying to be threatening, them niggas will still spray you. My uncle got sprayed and it wasn't even bothering the bastard.
Just walk
Man,
away real slow. Back away real slow.
skunks
Not a
be
Real
getting
slow.
raccoon,
cool with
man. It's
me.
not
They
a
run on
raccoon.
with me. Like, what up, though? I be like, what up, though, skunk? Peppy Le Pew? Me and Peppy be chilling, man. Skunks are cool as hell, man.
That's because the skunks be helping you with the damn fire alarms and stuff. That they gotta help you, son.
That's because he can't
No, the
see
skunks
them.
are helping him with the
Right.
deers you sent over there.
I be that damn skunk. Hey, little nice kitty. I'm be one of
Right?
those fine people playing with fucking badgers and shit, thinking they cats. But
Take
no,
it
Now I
let
easy,
me.
need
baby.
now I need a badger. Shoot.
A honey badger.
I want one of those so bad. Them things ruthless though, man. I seen a couple people on YouTube try to domesticate them, man. Them things don't give a fuck, bro. They go tear shit up.
Or a ferret. You see people with pet ferrets.
I know people with they got a damn ferret. I mean, what is it? It's like a tube going through their whole damn house if they ferret be running there. I'd be like, what the fuck? I thought
My
I
they
need a
friend
had.
used to have
mongoose.
one.
We need a mongoose. We need a mongoose for real.
Yeah, I wouldn't try to. I had a family member. My mom had a chimpanzee when she was younger. It got out. It ran in the woods. Never seen again. But I knew one person who had like this dude. I think I told the story. Motherfucker had an alligator. He had a wolf. I'm like, we in the hood, bro. Like you got alligators and wolves for, bro. Ain't nobody breaking his house.
Yeah, no, I'd be scared to have wild animals.
I need a hippo. I'm not playing.
Commander, why are you lying? As women, we wouldn't mind having a wild animal.
I've got
We
dogs.
got
That's
nothing,
it.
don't we?
You got a husband.
I just need a hippo and a rhino. I just need a hippo and a rhino to guard the house, and that's it. I'm gonna feed them all. I'm gonna feed them all the fools that come around that dumb shit.
But Commander knows she lying. She got a whole grizzly bear at home. So do I.
Yeah, that's my man.
He said hippos are ruthless. Yeah, I know. That's what you need. You need ruthless animals around the squad.
He's a
They ain't
whole
gonna help you
bear.
out. They gonna always help you out. Like, look, there you go. You smell danger? Yes, get them. Yes, and get them again. You gonna need it.
Commander gonna come on live one day. Come cook with me for my man.
What?
You've been watching too much Cooking with Kaya. I've never watched that.
Which one is that one?
My
Is that the
kid
girl from the UK, the lady?
It's not even a girl.
No, I don't know if she's from the UK. I know she was hot a couple months ago, and
No, I think
now
she's from the States. She's from the States, but
now they calling her a 304. I'm like, I was waiting for it. I knew they was gonna eventually do it.
Oh, well, there's a lot of
if
those
I call
girls.
somebody a hoe just because they love cooking.
You talking about that chick you talking about that chick that was cooking with DDG?
I don't know.
There's
I think she did a show with him.
okay.
Yeah, I
There's some
think she did
OnlyFans
one.
girls
Because I'm like,
that.
hold on.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm like, I got some dude on some real shit.
No, but
So
you know they always do that.
There's some OnlyFans girls
They'll
that
always do that crap.
reformed.
They'll sit there and try to be.
Supposedly they became Christians and now they're cooking. I think they're like on TikTok, but supposedly now they're like they have a cooking show, like a family show, and they're married and they're whole ass wives. But the thing is that they're cooking kind of sexy, like they're rolling their eyes back, they're opening their mouth, they're doing all the little same things that they do on their OnlyFans.
What the hell? Ew. That shit like that I don't watch. That ew.
Well, I watched somebody that covered like they talked about a couple of them and they were showing the.
It's like I can't believe shit like that exists unless somebody shows it. But still, my thing is like, I know what you're talking about. I see somebody review and react to shit.
Yeah, you got guys watching them cook. No girl is gonna actually watch them cook. Well, unless she's a lesbian.
But I ain't surprised about
What's wrong with that?
I am not surprised about anything that's on the internet no more. Once I seen grandma's twerking, I was like, it's a wrap.
You better hope it. Look, you better really make sure they grandmothers and not those young ones that putting on all that makeup and stuff. Shoot, they got somebody right now, but I know he's a street performer, like he dances and all. But I ain't gonna lie, the makeup he had on that day, I really thought it was an old person because they was like, yo, look at that, they wouldn't even help me up. But then he turned around and started spinning on his head. I'm like, you old? I said, you ain't even old. I said, you look like a young bastard. You look like you just diabolical. I'm telling you, it's diabolical.
No, we know these. We know these. Hey, Rachel, know these people old. They be talking about taking 15 inches in their mouth and all that.
Oh nah,
those are not my friends.
Come on, Dave.
I don't know where writers.
Listen, you see. Wait, what? Word heard that shit too. Anyways, you seen old heads do flips on this bitch.
Doing cartwheels
black
in
don't
front
crack
with M16s and shit. Nah, bro, we seen that black was cracked. We remember that one show we did when we was watching on my old drops. Yeah, I'm talking about that one.
Okay, it doesn't apply to all black women, but there's a lot that they look young, but they're like 60.
That's because they keep up with themselves.
Yeah, it's some like my mom's shit. People still think like me and my mom, husband and wife. Like, man, she almost 60.
I thought you were gonna say
These people, Well, they used to think we was brother sister, and then they started thinking it was my girlfriend. And then they started thinking it was my wife. Like the older I got, the younger she got. I'm like, damn. But
Benjamin Button, that Benjamin Button syndrome, son.
yeah.
He said the older I got, the younger she got.
Man, I
So
was
they were
so
trying
mad.
to.
I went out with my dad one day, and we was getting some shoes, and the lady was like, "Oh, y'all brothers?" My dad was like, "Nah, I'm his dad." She was like, "Oh, he look older than you." I'm looking like you, motherfucker.
Wow. You got gray hair? Well, you got no hair, huh?
At that
I'm
time, I
sorry.
didn't have gray hair. I got more
But you
gray
got
hair than my
facial
dad.
hair, right?
Yeah, I got more gray hair than my dad.
You got
Wow.
hair?
I
Gray
got
hair. He's
facial
got
hair. I
beard,
cut my
facial
always
hair.
cut my hair. Yeah, I
Oh, because
always
I
cut
was
my
like,
hair.
wait, you took the cap off the last time. I'm like, am I blind too? Shit, I could have sworn he had no hair. But wait, does that make me blind? Wait,
We gotta
he's
find the black.
confused. Like, yo,
Mhm.
we're funny as shit.
Damn, I
Man,
was
what's
showing y'all my
crazy?
dents in my head where I had my surgery at. Did y'all see that?
I can never seem to get older. As time pass by, they just keep thinking I'm younger. That's the crazy part
I had
about
this
it. I
big
don't know
ass
what it
crater
is.
in my head.
Work got the money, work got the juice.
There you go.
Where I got the dent.
Work got the craters
I got the straw in my
in his
brain.
head.
Y'all seen that straw in my brain, didn't y'all? I have to
Yeah,
show y'all again. Gary hates when I show that. I don't know why. It's
yeah.
funny.
Cause it's
Word.
kind of like,
Listen,
ooh, ooh.
as long as you beautiful to wifey, that's all that matters. You beautiful to her, baby.
Yeah, she said that because she married me. That's the only reason she said. She's supposed to say that. I done paid her. I put a ring on her finger. She got to
He
say
said, I
no
just
shit.
paid her. Wait a minute. Now you sound like Walmart. I
The
can't. Look,
transaction.
I'm sorry. I'm done. I'm dropping the
Nah,
mic. Out.
nah. I'm about to roast you now, Rachel. You compare me to Wild?
No.
No,
Nah.
what you just said. What you just said. I was like, no, he
I'm gonna have
didn't.
to roast
You've
you.
been around him too long.
I ain't on
The
here looking like
transition.
Mr.
You
Bean.
gotta make me laugh though.
I look like
You gotta
Wild cut his facial hair. He like Mr. Bean. I'm not gonna tell you what I'm really. But man, he gonna be mad at me. But I don't care what nobody say. When I seen him with his facial hair cut, first thing I thought was Smeagol off of Lord of the Rings.
Oh shit. He took it.
Yeah, like,
But we're not ugly though. That's the funny part.
Mhm.
Oh, shit. Walmart? I just can't believe you just said one of, Walmart's words. Like, he really just sat here and said that shit. I was like, no,
Is
he
that a
didn't.
compliment? If somebody
What?
says, Rachel, you're not
Yeah,
ugly, or
I know I'm not ugly. Shit.
I'm comfortable in my damn skin. Look at my little AI prettiness. Look at this shit. Look at it. I'm,
look
And
at
ain't
that.
not ugly either.
I'm a handsome little thumbnail. Hold this real quick.
yeah,
But
I
where's
say
funny
that.
is shit, he gonna show his whole face. He gonna like look at the dents and shit.
You said I don't show my whole face.
I said you went and showed your whole face, dents and shit, your head, everything. He's like, if I could, I'll pull the
Yeah,
straw out for y'all. See?
it's the straw right here. You can see the little lump right here. I look like that Klingon off of Star Trek. What's his name? The dude Worf with all the things in his head.
That's what I'm saying. See, I'm like, where they ugly though? See, the people he compares himself to is fucking ugly.
Hey,
I
it
can't.
happened.
I'm
Not
sorry.
really.
You know, I'd say that I don't feel I'm ugly. I'm just blessed not to be ugly. I feel like I'm blessed not. There's some ugly
I'm the one that I
motherfuckers. I
can
ain't
say
gonna
it
lie to
shit.
you, bro. I don't think men supposed to be. I don't. Some dudes like to be pretty. I never wanted to be like
And
one of them
handsome.
handsome, and I never went for that look. Honestly, I clean up real good, but I'm just blessed with genetics. But it's some ugly motherfuckers, bro. It's some people. I'll be like, God damn, you human?
Like that
Like
video
you
game.
gotta be one of them aliens that breed it with something like somebody talking about. There ain't no humans looking like that.
Commander. You
Like your
remember
whole
that
damn
video?
face is genetic defect. That's fucked up.
Hey,
No.
Blind, are you still here? Are you still in the chat? So I told Blind to come over here. You got to keep coming back because we're gonna hit some of those topics that we talked about.
Wait.
Like,
Yeah, what topic? Hey, Blind, you can always suggest topics too. Hey man, y'all feel free to do that. You can tell me on the stream. I'm willing to talk about any and
Blind.
anything.
Oh, Blizzy.
I can only talk from my perspective
yeah,
though.
Blizzy. Blizzy's
Who's
blind.
blind? You had me looking for somebody named Blind, and I'm saying, okay, it's a middle name.
Yeah, I feel bad for those
Blizzy
people.
blind furry.
I'd be like, I hope
Well,
you smart or rich. When I look at some people, I'd be like, bro, I hope you smart or rich, bro. One of the two. Cause that's fucked up.
Word
You
was
miss
trying to
a lot of
show us
shit.
that he was cool.
But you gotta look at it too. Uh, Even in those scenarios like you talking about, hey, those people end up they have happy lives whether y'all believe that or not. Shoot, because there's always going to be
Yeah.
it's always going to be somebody that looks past the physical aspect of things. You know, because if a person has a good heart, good spirit, or whatever the case is, they gonna look past all of that. Now, you
yep.
know, some people gonna be like, "Well, damn, you could have chose a little better." But I told somebody it shouldn't matter, really. Like, you can shoot. Looks only are gonna, like I said, you know, if you just depending on looks fade after time. You know,
Mm-hmm.
You know what's crazy? Like it's like three girls right now. When we was young, they was ugly, and as they got older, they became beautiful. And it's like that's rare. I mean, it ain't rare. I think it happens often. Like, but
I
it's
think it
just
happens
like
a lot because I've seen
yeah,
people show their pictures from when they were younger and then to now. Yeah,
yeah. It's
Let
like
me
they get
they
older.
got
And they,
better.
yeah,
let
they
me
like
ask
grew
you
into
this.
their face and shit. Like some people gotta grow into their shit.
What
Like,
makes you what makes certain people not age though? You see how you said that your mother really doesn't age?
happiness,
Say the same
like
thing about me.
my mom, like you know, I learned, you know what I learned observing my mom, like when she used to get stressed, she'd go to sleep. She'd be like, "Fuck that, I'm going to sleep," right? But that prevented her from like being sad and shit. So my mom, she don't have those states where she like be sad and shit. When she do, she go to sleep. And just if you watch people, like even asking older people, like, "Man, why you look so young?" 'Cause I'm happy, I don't stress. You know, stress
Yeah,
is a hell of
stress will
a
do it to you.
yeah, man. That
Yeah, for
shit.
sure.
Like even when we was
whatever.
talking about the
Illness.
emotional addictions, right? Like all those chemicals releasing in your body, if you don't get that out, it becomes toxic, and that's why people be having them saggy faces and shit because of the what is it? Not the chlorostol, it's something else. But it start like when you break down into your muscles, it start aging your skin, and your skin start turning hard and scaly and shit. It got a
Collagen.
name. Not
Yeah,
collagen. It's what the
But
fuck?
like even sleeping, like all of us are probably aging more than everybody else who we're awake at these wee hours of the morning. Like sleeping, not
Shit, I be taking
sleeping.
old folks naps. I be taking naps like a motherfucker.
But I
Three
think we're
naps a
supposed to
day.
be asleep. Like when the moon
Yeah,
is out, we're supposed to be sleeping,
I
yeah,
don't know.
yeah.
right? And then smoking, drinking, doing illicit things, I think also will wear you
but
down.
see, it's moderation because there's people right now that be getting extremely buzzed, and guess what? You'll never know it because like I said, it's all a mind thing. You know, you
Well,
just
maybe
gotta
that's part
make
of the
sure.
not stressing, right? It makes them less stressed.
That's one part, but see, there's people that don't and they don't partake in certain things. They just find different elements to keep them calm. Like see, like words, like what he just said. His mom used to go to sleep. My mom used to draw, or she would draw and be writing like poems and stuff like that because she was
Mm.
trying to keep herself from getting to that boiling point. Shoot, even when my mom's passed on, you would have never knew what her age was because she just kept herself how she was supposed to keep herself. You know, the main thing is try to enjoy the best parts of life. You know,
Did you guys
That's
know what coloring means when somebody says they're coloring? They're doing coloring. I didn't know, but I found out that it means that they're doing illicit stuff.
right.
Yeah, like they're addicts.
For real. I thought coloring man, he was coloring, like coloring in a book or an
Me,
artist. I don't know.
me too.
they
Guess
try to
I could
turn
make it.
everything.
Maybe it's a new thing.
It's like that new word they got now in schools. Like I just recently learned about that within these last 2 years. I didn't know that kids was using the word edging for masturbating, keeping
Whoa! I
Yeah.
saw you. Yeah, I saw that video.
I'm
That
thinking,
was
I was like,
crazy.
I'm thinking the
What you
video had to
doing?
do about
Edging the
edges and
hedges?
shit. I'm like,
Edging the
wait,
hedges?
this had nothing to do with doing your
Like they edge one
edges.
out. Like somebody said that that's an old term.
It
Like you
is
edging
no,
one out.
I don't know, but there's a new terminology being used now. I didn't even know. I was like, teachers are saying stop edging in the classroom. Why? What? I mean, the females doing their wigs or something. Fixing their edges. Like what? So when I'm saying, I was like, oh shit. Basically, the kids are jerking off in class. Like they're
But
having
is it like when they have
sexual
their pants
thoughts.
on? Writers, they're not exposed, right? Like it's in their
Oh, they're
pants and
not
they're just
exposed. Yeah, it's in their pants. They have a heart on in class. They have sexual thoughts.
they're rubbing on their pants or whatever. That's wild.
Nah, when they start getting like that, that's when you really gonna have to like, yeah, you gotta have that sit
Yeah.
down with them. You gotta have to
It's
sit down with them. But
scary.
see, that's the thing though. There was a lot of things that you see. It was a lot of things that probably back in our days would have been exposed. But then again, that think about it, it's hard to expose something when you have parents or concerned family members that are always coming up every so often. Let me go check on this damn child, make sure they doing what they supposed to be doing. Even the uncle sometimes. Let me make sure my nephew doing what he's supposed to be doing. I'm trying to avoid you getting your ass whooped. Let me make sure my niece doing what she's supposed to be doing.
Right,
So I'm
right.
trying to avoid whooping your ass too. Like shoot.
But that don't exist no more, and that's the crazy part. Like these
Yeah.
kids, nowadays,
Kids are home
it's like
alone, right?
it's like even if you're the best parent, right, with these kids, right, you could be the best parent. And sometimes I wonder, is it the influence in the community, or is it stuff that they start learning when they go into these schools? Like you see where I'm coming from, and I had conversations with different content creators the same way I've had hood conversations, right? And what's crazy is that all of them, I'm still a little confused because I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. But it's like a lot of people pointed at one thing: the education system.
But
They like,
then this is the thing I question too, because even talking about that, like, what kind of environment are these people in?
Yeah.
I mean, it's so many. It like when it comes to like, okay, education system, what environment? Because like I'm gonna bring my homeboy on here. He a charter school teacher, and he was saying like, 'cause he go to different, schools. Well, he been to different schools, and he like is like in the hood. They just don't care, and like, but is where people invest money at is where he see the most effective and productive out of the kids and the parents. So like when I hear people saying like they don't go to these schools, but like in the suburbs, I know I go to my son's shit all the time. He only in kindergarten, but I know like the parents around here now, and everybody's involved with their kids. And I just think like it's different factors involved too, because when you talk about poverty, then a lot of these parents, maybe single parents working two jobs, so a lot of them can't get to they don't got family around, they don't got a support system. But then when you go out to the suburbs, you see it. So I mean, it just be different. So like when I be hearing a lot of the stuff, I just be I just want to know like the factors involved, because if we see as a problem with this, is if these are problems in poverty areas, then that's a solution, right? Ain't it? That's a solution. Okay, let's see what resources that they have out here that they don't have in here. They don't have support systems. Okay, so even though we're in a poverty area, I need to get with these other parents. So I might can't get beat to my son, but if I get 3, 4 other parents involved, we can build that tribe. We can build that community. You know,
Yeah.
see what they fucking doing so we can implement it here and make our situation better. That's all you got to do. I mean, these things really don't be hard. It's just people look for instant solutions when there's no instant solution. It's just work you got to put in. Commander fellow, like it's
Morpheus
work you got to put in. Stoic, what up though? But I mean, there's no point in complaining if you don't want to put the work in too. You know what I'm saying? You can't like people saying this is a problem. This is a problem. Well, what the fuck you gonna do about it? That's where I'm at. It's 2025. We know what's fucked up in the world. Who got the fucking solutions and who ready to put
Take
the
care
work
of
in?
your own first.
That's where I'm
Take
at.
care of
That's what
home
I'm
first.
saying. That's what I be saying. Take care. Let that shit work inside out. I can tell you what I'm doing with my kid. And you can see the progression. You know, my kids is still little. So I'm learning from everybody else, but I'm implementing the shit and I'm willing to share. But people don't want to hear that shit. They already know what to do, but they still complaining about the shit. Like, come on now.
Yeah. No, it's like I was just telling one of the dudes in my hood the other day. He was talking about he was thinking about trying to bring back, like he said, if they closing up a lot of the after school spots that was helping the kids with the homework or the extracurricular stuff that they really like their parents couldn't help them with. He said he was thinking about doing. I said, all it takes is you and a couple people to do it. He's like, I told him, I said, if you serious about that, that's all you gotta do is just round up the people that going to be for that. Because you always going to need some form of assistance. Like I can't help everybody's kid, but if I got a nice little squad with me, we can try to reach them in the best way possible.
Or start with
That.
one.
Yeah.
That's
So I
right.
said, if you're going to do it because at least the people will see you taking the initiative, and then you might have some parents that's automatically going to be behind that. You trying to do what with the kids? All right, cool. I'll help you. Like, yo, if you need, shoot, I even help them with certain things. I can help them with. If you can't help, like, if I can't do certain things, all right, well, I know you good at this. Here, I'm gonna need you to help out with this. I'm gonna need you to help out with this subject, and I'll take the rest from here, or until we get the squad up. This way, like I said, everybody can have a hand in something, because there's always something to learn.
I think it
John,
would
what
it
up?
would even
Stoic,
encourage
what up?
like, what up, Stoic?
But where
I
was
think
right?
who else is in
Go
there?
ahead.
Oh, what up,
John.
John? I think it would even encourage the parents too, because like some parents might feel guilty. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like if they see someone else is helping, then it'll encourage them to also step
But
up.
this, but
Not
this is the
really.
thing too. Even this, right? So when I started that mentor program, I'm like, I'm just being real. I got my own kids. I got my own nieces and nephews. When I first started, it's 3 people, and I offered the shit for free. And it's like people like, okay, just looking over it. Okay, now people complain, ain't nobody doing nothing. But when somebody doing something, are you supporting that person? Are you even putting your fucking kids in these programs that's free? You know how many free programs it is?
Mm-hmm.
You know what it
People.
is?
This is what I'm saying. People have this fucking mentality to play victim. It's easier to play victim than to be a fucking warrior. And people like to complain, and they will keep themselves in fucked up conditions because that allows them to fucking complain. Because
Or
when you
like
have
the
solutions, well, I don't want to do it that way. I don't think it should be done that way. Well, you show me another way. You do another way. Don't show me shit. Do it another way. Get it done. If this ain't the
or
right way, you should know. If this ain't the right way to do it, you should know how to do it then.
That's a fact though. That's what. Listen, I had a whole argument with somebody in the block as a block captain, right? They was trying to tell me that this got to be done like this. I'm like, yo, you're not gonna sit here and tell me after I spent hours reading these law books, learning the penalties, just so that I can know what could be done in these, block parties, and stuff like that. I was like, if you feel as though it could be done your way and it didn't work before, but if you feel as though you can get it done, then why don't you do what I'm doing? You see where I'm coming in? Why don't you put the money in to try to get the resources? And now that I'm sitting here and I'm like, I'm trying to get myself together. Now you see everybody like, oh, Ray, when is this going to get done? How is this? I'm like, is y'all fucking serious? Like, I'm like, when I had the solutions and I had the way, the path opened up for us, all of y'all wanted to do this. And because it wasn't your way, it was the highway. But now that y'all have no other way, y'all coming back over here. I was like, yo, that shit, y'all take shit as a game.
maybe you can designate some people to do some things. And maybe try it their way just so they can see.
It doesn't
Maybe
work.
once they start doing it, then they'll realize, oh, okay, that's what Raya was saying.
Like I went on a live one day exposing the chick doing that shit. She was going head to head with me, and I'm sitting here like, listen, sit here and read this book, then you sit here and tell me what I can and what I cannot do. At the end of the day, I'm doing this shit the right way, and I'm doing it what benefits all of us. You tried it your way before. You see where I'm coming from, and you failed. No,
She
what
was a
I'm doing
block
is
captain.
working. I'm talking about to get the resources and the stuff done, for our communities.
Yeah.
Oh, she wasn't
As a
about
block
that.
captain, you see where I'm coming from? You got to know how to talk. You got to know what to do. You see where I'm coming from? And at times, you got to come out of pocket.
Yeah.
So when I was coming out of pocket, y'all wasn't there supporting. That's why I say, yo, I even said that on Cutthroat's platform yesterday. I said we even did a fundraiser thing trying to help the kids and everything. You know who messed it up? The disrespectful parents and their disrespectful kids. Because everybody that I got together to put money in and do all this and all that, they got disrespect when they fucked up a couple of events. And I'm saying, I'm like, all because y'all wanted shit done y'all way. Once we
Y'all
got
way.
shit finalized, we worked
Yeah.
hard. We worked real hard to get stuff done. And then nobody wanted to pitch it. I was like, if y'all think it's gonna work y'all way, do it. Don't tell me what to do when I worked hard as shit to get it this, get this done this
What
way.
kind of
And we pulled
fundraiser?
it off.
Like, what does the fundraiser look like? Are you guys selling stuff or
We
like,
sell
what is
stuff
it?
and we give stuff away.
So is
Basically,
it
Yeah.
like
fundraisers, we sell food, we sell, merchandise and stuff. But in the same breath, we're giving out free food to the kids. We're giving out backpacks and stuff for schools. You see where I'm coming
Yeah.
from? Communities coming together. And what's crazy is that it took me a minute to get a lot of men, right, that had just came home, right, to bring awareness to these young boys, right? And they're still doing it. But what they stopped doing was trying to put these events together that people want to sit here and roll. You see where I'm coming from? That's what they stopped because people mess it up.
But
Then we
some
look bad.
people, but see, some people won't even turn out for an event, and that be the sad
Exactly.
part. They could talk a good game, but then when the events actually happen, they don't show up. Like I was,
Thank you.
like one day they was doing, like, see, one matter of fact, last summer I believe in my hood they was doing something at one of the schools. But they try to make it interesting. They was teaching them about the importance of credit and something else. And even though it was mad kids did, and it was it was adults did too, the parents and all, but it was good because you had one group of people that was sitting there and they was just learning whatever, and then the other group, after they done finished whatever, they went on about their business. They did whatever they was doing, but they still was having fun because it was also giving out free food and certain things along those lines. They was just trying to teach the importance of credit, how to use it when you get older, et cetera, et cetera. But it was a decent turnout, but it could have been a better turnout if everybody would have turned up. Because shoot, even some of you adults that's unaware of how the credit shit works, man, listen, you could have got some good key gems right there. You probably could have either fixed your credit if it's bad, or if you already got good credit, shoot, you probably could have been utilizing it to its full advantages.
Yeah.
But people
usually
don't want
people
to
do
learn
show
that.
up for free stuff?
And that's what's
That's
bad.
the only time they'll show up. But then
And
even
Or
you,
still,
liquor.
sometimes
Free
you can
liquor.
have a free event and they still won't show up.
and you know how hard it is to get politicians together. You see where I'm coming from to get resources in here, and motherfuckers want to act like a fool when you do these events like that too. That's why a lot of us is like, nah, we're not doing this because it's like, okay, they giving us how can I say, an advantage to show them that we can do this, that we can come together, right? But then we show them that we are exactly what they're saying that we are. Come on.
Oh shit, my bad. Hey, real quick, shout out to the Cash App. I didn't even see it. Oh my bad.
I mean, I don't know. Oh shit. Where got the money? Where got the juice? 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 Where got the money? Where got the juice?
Hey man, I been feeling like a little kid, bro. Cause that was my aunt. She sent me $5, like good show, nephew. But she
Aww.
don't she don't make a you she didn't make a YouTube profile, so she can't type in the chat. But she got Cash App, so she'll see the thing and send me a
Shout
Cash
out
App.
to the fam.
Yeah, man.
Shout out
Shout
to
out
the
to my aunt,
supporters.
man. That's what I'm saying. She be watching, and she can't type in the chat. And I every day every time she watch, she send me like $3 or $5. Like this show now. I'll be feeling like I'm a little kid. Every time I
Nice.
seen her, she gave me some money.
That's
Or you
Nice.
bought me some with the ice
support.
cream truck. Yeah, shout
He
out to
said,
mine.
Yeah, support is good on all angles, whether it's family or not. You know, that's the thing, and that's what and why this conversation is at hand. You know, it's the truth as far as support. Don't say you want to change certain things, but then you're not willing to come out and support. Like I was
that,
just telling them, I said like when they be having these town hall meetings about certain things they might want to implement in your hoods, when y'all was too busy partying it up and doing whatever, these important meetings was happening, and then when things start changing, oh well, why we ain't, or why we wasn't a part of, or why they didn't, they did, and they gave you opportunities to come, and speak your piece or whatever, and you didn't come out.
mm-hmm.
That's like if they building a casino in your area and you know they don't need one. In order for that to be avoided, go to them meetings. Let them
Can I
know what
be
you really need. You know.
can I can I be honest too? I think a lot of times people don't get involved in stuff like that because they don't own shit. Like when I'm telling you, it's like it's different. Like when you own things, you want things to succeed around you because
Mhm.
like town hall meetings, I be going to it. I don't even know what the hell they be talking about half of the time, but I know when they talk about we need a new stop sign because they going too fast or something. Yeah, I'm voting for that. Let's get a new stop sign. That's in my shit. I got kids around here. I own this house. So like when you own stuff, you willing to fight for it more. But when you don't own nothing, you be kind of nonchalant. And even if you look in the hood, I noticed that growing up. Like my mom owned our house, but when we start getting these renters in, the neighborhoods start going down. When the people who owned it moved out and start renting it, everything started going to hell.
You started trashing the place.
Yeah, they didn't care. They had trashed that and moved to another house. And that's how I mean, when you don't own shit, bro, you don't be trying to fight for that shit. So even your neighborhood, if you got a bunch of renters in your neighborhood versus owners, that's what this go reflect is the mentality of the person, man. Like I mean, the more you look at behavior, man, the more this shit it makes sense, man. That's like I ain't even gonna
So
get
what you're
into that.
saying is people gotta move.
People
People
need
who
to
want
own
change
shit.
gotta move
Yeah, and own your shit, man.
to
Own that
places
shit.
where it's mostly owners.
Yeah, go own your shit. It's not hard. Look, it take work, but it's not hard. Even if your credit fucked up, they got programs, man. There's a lot of things accessible to people. They just not looking for the resource. If you really want it, you'll find a way to get it. And I was that real estate agent, like putting people in programs, waiting 6 months for them to finish the program so they can
Mhm.
qualify to buy a home. But if I never
Even
put them in
then,
that program, then they wouldn't have never owned a home.
even then,
I
you're gonna
was
get a portion of people that are scared, even when they're giving it
Yeah,
to you.
yeah. Even then, it was. I was. You know how many people I tried to help? I can count how many people I helped versus I tried to help. I ain't got enough fingers or toes, and y'all don't neither. If some people ain't gonna listen, so that's when I learned. Like, don't spend too much time on those people. If you ain't trying to be better and do better, I can't spend too much time on you because there's people out there who are, and the more time I spend with you, the less time I can spend with the people trying to get the shit right. So that's how I am in real life now. Like once I see a person ain't trying, I'm straight. I'm good. Have a nice
But the
life.
ones
Hope it work out for you.
like the positive ones, right? The positive ones that you did help, they're gonna talk about you, and then they're gonna
Yeah.
get
I
other
look
people to come to
every
you.
every fucking business from real estate to life insurance, even coaching now. I get most of my clients from referrals, from people I helped who told somebody else. That's the testimony that what the shit that I'm doing is working. So like that's why a lot of times I don't even market myself. I let my work market for me. If you come fuck with me with coaching and you see the benefits, then you will tell people like bragging about shit, bro. When they think about it, man, when you get some good shit, you like showing it off. So if somebody help you, you gonna be like, yeah, this motherfucker right here helped me. Now look at me. That's just how people want that too. Fear of loss, man. That's a marketing tactic. It's best just
FOMO,
to let your work, talk, speak.
fear of missing out.
Mm-hmm. I don't be trying to like. I'm telling you, if I was an evil motherfucker, but I'd be spinning the shit out of y'all. I know all these manipulation tactics. I stay far away from it. I do my best not to do that shit, but it's easy, and I see people doing that shit all the time. Like Dr. Umar, like there's a reason he repeat things 3 times. If you pay attention, what he repeats 3 times, he's subconsciously implanting information in you. Like I told you, the longer a person retains your attention, the higher the potential they influence you. And what is another way to influence people? Repetition. That's a marketing and it's like you remember them old commercials? They repeat the phone number 3 times. Why they do that? They wanted you to remember that motherfucker so you can call and order some shit.
I'm not gonna pay that shit no more.
Man, pay attention. When Umar speak, pay attention. There's certain shit he repeat 3 times.
I
The
just
shit he
noticed
trying
that
to emphasize, the shit that he wants you to hang on to, the shit he trying to instill into your brain, he gonna repeat it 3 times.
he just reminds me of a preach. Like, glory be to God. Glory be to God.
All that shit. I mean, you got to be charismatic. That he's a speaker. He got to be charismatic. That's just what he is. He charismatic. I take him as an entertainer versus an educator
I've never watched
because
him. I don't know.
man,
I don't know anyone talk about him.
because his I mean, he missed me a long time ago. Like years ago, I was like, I seen him for what he was, and people. I mean, he can. Anybody can have a positive impact on somebody. So a lot of the shit he says is good information. I'm not gonna lie. I ain't gonna hold you up. He do get some good information, but that's the whole thing. You mix the real shit with the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, but I ain't gonna knock a man's hustle. I just look at him as an entertainer versus an educator. Like when people be defending him, I be like, bruh, like that's
Can
what
you
you see.
hustle and educate? Yes.
Yeah, you can hustle and educate. I mean, he should get paid for his intellectual properties. I don't, I'm not gonna sit up here. I ain't gonna be one of the people, but he a scammer. See that? I'm not gonna say that. People try shit and fail. As far as that school shit, I can't say he ain't really try. I don't follow him like that. I can't say he ain't really trying to do that shit. He got a building and it's painted, so he doing something. I mean,
But if
but
he
I
took
ain't gonna say.
money for the purpose of something he didn't use it for, then that's scamming.
I
That would
mean,
be
that's
scamming.
that's not my that's not my
He
lane.
lied to the people.
Yeah, nah, I talk about that like some, but then it's like shit. It's your fault for believing that shit. Like, look, man, I be on some other shit, man. I'm from the hood, so I seen game my whole life. So if people fall for it, I be like, that's their fault. I don't look at the person running the game. You know what they tell you? Don't be mad at the player. Don't hate the player, hate the game, bro. I mean, I ain't gonna be mad at. I mean, if you fall for the shit, that's your fault. I mean, after you see it, you should. If you can't identify it, then it is what it is. After all this shit coming out, the people still choose. Like, bro, this motherfucker telling you, criticizing you about how you raising your kids, but ain't raising his own. That's your fault. That's your. I'm sorry if you can't see shit for what it is, bro. And
So how do
like
you
he got
identify it? Let's talk about that.
the
How do you
consistency.
identify it?
The consistency. Like, well, show me something. Like if I'm an educator or if I have a degree in something, I should be able to show results in that. And like sometimes,
But
like
he
now
was
I'm gonna say
helping
this too.
people, right?
I'm gonna
So
say this
he,
too. Sometimes you can help. Sometimes you can help everybody else except for the people closest to you. That happens. That's a reality. But when you're criticizing someone for doing something that you're not even doing, that's something totally different. Like his daughter, I mean, I understand the mama kept the son away from whatever. Okay, I understand that. I've seen that shit happen so many times. But that girl 22. That mean after 18, really 16, you could have developed or tried to, but if you didn't, then that's on you now. You can't blame the mama no more. Oh, the mama corrupted her. Well, their job as a father, man, that's your baby. Okay, your mama done corrupted you. Let me tell you the truth. Shit, you grown now. Now, if she didn't, it's not like she said that she didn't want to hear it. Ain't none of that stuff being said. He's still blaming the mama.
well, there is such
Like
thing
the
as
girl
parent
grown.
alienation. Right.
And that girl ain't even know she had a sister, man.
Wow.
That shit crazy.
That's why you got to keep the communication lines open. You know, and that's the thing, though. But also just be responsible. If you know you got kids out there, I don't care what the situation is. Like I was just saying the other day, it's important for fathers to really start being more involved and start taking more initiative. Doesn't matter what you're going through. Because yeah, you're gonna have some spiteful people, but if you manage to take care of what you need to take care of, you know, shoot, everything will start panning out a little bit better. Because then, like I said, even if it was the baby mother corrupting the child, you could still counteract that and fix that. That happened with my cousin. Like baby moms were trying to dog him and everything. My thing is, that man is paying child support. That man not just paying child support. That man is making sure he comes to see his kids. He jumping on a bus coming upstate to come make sure they good. He grabbing them up for the weekend. He doing everything he's supposed to be doing as a father. Despite how the baby mother is, man, listen, it ain't about her. It's about my kids.
Yeah, because the
And
dads that say, I'm taking care of my kids. Paying child support is not taking care of kids.
No, no,
I mean,
no,
that's one aspect.
no,
Sorry,
no,
boy.
no. He was paying child support, but he was also taking care of his kids, like coming to
No,
see
I'm
them.
not talking about your family
Oh
member.
no,
I'm just
no.
talking about in
That's all
general.
because some people try to say, "Oh, well, no, 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 no." See, with him is different though. But he already knew what it was. Like once she showed her true colors, like, oh, okay, I see what this is. So I'm gonna make sure you're not corrupting my kids. I don't care. He said, I don't care if I got to
and,
pop up weekend.
and I'm putting this on. And look, I'm being real. Look, I'm 40 years old, man. And if I did it, anybody can do it. Look, y'all motherfuckers better stop nutting them motherfuckers, bro. And y'all don't even know who the person is. Wait, take your motherfucking time. You know what I'm saying? Be responsible. Look, if a woman is keeping a man from a kid, you should have seen that before you had a kid with her. You should have seen she was fucking crazy from the get go. And if you didn't, that's your fault. You gotta eat that shit. And guess what? That don't mean you can neglect your responsibility. Because look, I got kids. My wife ain't crazy, and I don't see us ever splitting up. But if we do, I know she ain't gonna keep me away from my kids because that's not her. Took the time to learn who she is. Now, my first wife, if I would have had kids by her, I would have been in trouble.
Yeah.
So I did consciously. I didn't like hell no. I told myself that, and this is my wife. So nah,
Mhm.
bro. I don't. That shit is an excuse because, like, at the end of the day, like you said, he paid his child support and still was in his kids' life. Ain't nobody keeping me on my kids' life. I don't care how hard you try. I don't care what court. None of that shit gonna matter to me, bro. You ain't keeping me on my kids' life. You know,
Yeah,
and if you
I did.
try, we going to war.
Yeah,
And then that's the man fault. Look, man, that's the man fault for even nothing in the crazy. All these, look, man, it's more women than men. So be more selective, fellas. I'm just being real. Be more fucking. Take your goddamn time. You know, if the gooch is gold, then okay, but you better make sure that brain gold too. Because crazy women be having the best stuff sometimes. So y'all
Some of
better
these
chill out.
females is not crazy though. They not even because some of these females have gone as far as hitting themselves to keep men away from their wives. I mean, from their kids.
yeah, but see, that's the thing, though. You gotta be even in those situations. That's why I said it's safe to record. So even if there's a lie being placed on it, oh word, look here. Does this look like somebody who is doing exactly? How
It,
could I have done this when I wasn't even in the vicinity? And that's the thing. It's, you gotta just gotta be more wise in what you're doing. That's it.
And this the crazy thing. This shit normal. It's normal to have kids by fucked up men and women. We talk about this shit like it's normal. It's a fucking problem.
Yeah,
That
because
shit
that's
ain't supposed to be normal. Like, oh well, when you have a kid, like why is you even having kids by people you're not married to? Like this, why we ain't talking about this shit? Why is it okay to have a kid before you get married? Why is that normal? That don't even make sense. Ain't the purpose of procreate to create the family?
yeah.
So why is it normalized for people just to have kids out of wedlock? Like you don't even know this person. You had a couple fun nights, and now you want to. And then like men talk about, oh, we ain't getting married, but you would knock a female up. You think alimony? You know how hard it is for somebody to get alimony versus child support. Like people be rationalizing ignorance. Back to the subject. People be rationalizing ignorance in real life, bro. They rationalize they fucking ignorance. Like it makes more sense to have a kid by a woman that you don't even want to marry. How does that make sense?
If you are a dad that needs help, that's in that type of situation, there's actually, and I'm sure not the only person, but there's a guy on YouTube. He's got a YouTube channel where he helps people. Like he talks about how to go to court, how to do these things. Like he talks about his experiences. Like there's videos and videos upon videos on his channel.
They got law firms that's nationwide that specialize in that. I forgot the name of it. But the dude is on YouTube. I find the thing, but he got a YouTube channel. I seen the commercial, like, oh yeah, they got a law. This was years ago, but then I seen him. He got a YouTube channel. I don't know if that's the same guy we talking about.
Well, attorney? No, he's not an attorney. You know, and
Oh no,
attorneys are
this guy
expensive. No,
Yeah,
this guy's just a regular old guy.
Regular old guy.
Regular old guy that's gone through some stuff. Yeah. And actually, he went viral because he videotaped the one time where it was his turn to have his kid, or he had to give back the kid, right? He had to go take his son back home, and the son did not want to get out of the car. He was a teenager, and it was like a whole thing that he videotaped. And he went viral.
That's his video?
Yeah, it's his video. He's like a white guy.
Shit.
And he's like sitting in the truck with the teenager.
Yeah, I didn't know that was his video. I
Yeah, he's got a
reacted to that
channel.
video.
He's got a YouTube channel, and that's pretty much all he talks about.
Oh, snap. I didn't know that was his video.
Yeah.
I just took the video and reacted to it.
And then he's got videos of other fathers. So like Nate was saying, like just record everything. Record everything.
And I'm gonna tell y'all how to avoid doing all that shit. Stop fucking with these crazy ass people. You know?
Of course.
I'm being honest, man. Take y'all motherfucking time, bro. Like a minute, 5 minutes of fun ain't worth a lifetime of headache, man. It ain't worth it. I'm blessed to be in the position I'm in. I fucking waited. I was 36 years old when I had my first kid. I was 35 years old when I got to my second marriage, man. Take your time. Make sure you know the person that you about to impregnate. Because if you don't, it'll be, bro. I don't have to deal with that drama. I don't. My one of my youngins do, and it was hell for him for like 2 years, man. Like 2 years, and I told him like, bro, I don't think you should have knocked her up, bro. Like that was that was impulsive, bro. And I'm telling him because, like, nah, man. And then like he was trying to do the right thing and marry her, and all that shit fell apart. And when it fell apart, that shit crumbled. Like I told you, bro.
Crazy word. I seen a guy.
Cutting Edge, what up?
What up, Cutting Edge?
Try to and lose his mind doing that shit for real, for real.
Yeah, but you got to be you just gotta be mindful, and I say that on both ends. You got to be mindful on who the hell you decide to build with, because it is true. But I would also say this too to some degree. You know, there is some situations where even if you're trying to do the best, it's up to the other party. And if the other partner's not going to be willing to, give day off, then yeah, you can expect it to crumble. Like I just heard somebody say the other day, uh, they said they felt bad that they divorced their husband and they trying to get him back. And you chose to do what you did. Yeah, that man didn't do nothing for you to leave him in the first place. He ain't abuse you. He ain't doing nothing that would cause a real woman to leave that type of scenario. So if he's not on you, if he's not doing anything that could be detrimental to you and yours, why leave? Because you're bored? Then talk to him and tell him that you're bored. If you upset with certain things, tell them that you're upset. Again, these people got to stop thinking everybody's mind readers. I can't read my wife's mind just like my wife can't read mine. But we can read each other's energy. And if something is off, I need to sit down and have that talk.
Thanks.
Uh-oh. Hold on, Stoic. I got you, brother. Appreciate that. Appreciate you, brother. Man, I tried to do that last dance and almost shake my shun out.
What? Wait a minute.
I appreciate the spare change, brother. I take all donations, even if you send me a penny, I take it, bro. I ain't too proud.
Blessings, blessings, cutting edge.
Don't AI person. Hold on. Let me make sure. Yeah, but you just it's the truth though. Um, Again, because like I say, everybody with that lust factor and not worried about the trust factor. I don't give a damn how bad you are. I need to be able to trust you. Like I need to be able to say I ain't got to worry about me and you falling apart over something idiotic. When we could just sat down and talk about it. But when you don't keep the communication lines fully open, you'll get stuff like that. And then that'll be the excuse to say, "Oh, well, I tried to give it." No, no, no. You didn't try nothing. You didn't even talk to me.
Y'all
You
know
meant
what people fail to realize in these situations, guys? That the child is going to grow up. And, whether it's easy or whether it's hard, this child, is going to find out for themselves, which parent was telling the truth, which parent wasn't, which parent was like this, which one wasn't, because they're going to find the truth out for themselves. They're going to figure it out on their own. And it was fucked up is that, when they noticed that these two parents was playing this little game, that's where these kids say, fuck my parents. I don't care about, I've seen so many kids like that. I'm like, yo, you're not talking, nah, I don't care about them. I don't care what happens. There's too many kids. Like, I didn't see this growing up, and I'm noticing this now that I'm older. And I'm sitting here, it's like, damn, like, I was in their shoes, right? And at one point I thought like them, but then I wasn't thinking like that no more. Because, I figured out which one was telling the truth and which one was lying. And what's crazy is the one that, was actually telling the truth I never got to meet. And that's the advice that I give a lot of them. Like, it was crazy. I think it was Word. I think it was a few years back that, actually said something to me on a panel. And I don't know how he broke it down because I said it. I felt like I wanted to spit on my dad's grave because I didn't know the truth. But then I found out, a whole lot of shit right after we had that panel. And boom, 2 years later, I get to meet the man and I bury the man. And I'm sitting here like, damn, I think back when I used to say that, I regret it now because he's not what I thought he was.
and you know what happens a lot of times too? Like when we kids, we look at things one way, but when we become adults, especially parents, we understand it differently. And like just looking back at my life, man, my parents did the best they could with what they had. So I can't fault them because I'm doing the same thing the best I can with what I got. You know what I'm saying? They didn't even know a lot of the stuff that I know now. When they was 16, 17 when they had me. They was kids themselves. I was blessed because I had a grandmother who could take care, who can raise me through the wonder years. But they did the best they can. So why fault them? Times like when you really like acquire empathy and you able to put yourself in other people's shoes and understand life from their perspective. Like even like bro, you know what humbled me so much? Sitting around like in AA meetings listening to addicts, man. Because I had a perception of what an addict was. And then when I really heard what they was going through, I'm like, God damn, bro. Like this shit fucked up. And I couldn't imagine because I couldn't say if I was in a situation or condition that I wouldn't do it. That wouldn't be like that. You don't know. You know what I'm saying? Me and you can go through the same thing, right? But our situation or conditions can be different and the outcome will be different. A lot of shit I went through, people like, I don't see how you can forgive this person. That's because I learned forgiveness at a young age. So it's easier for me to do than for you to do. That's just the reality. That's just the reality. You know, I know how to go through the process. But what I wanted to tell Nate, like when you were saying communication, yesterday I did a show and it was called the foundational pieces, like the stuff the foundation is made of. So the concept I presented, you know how we say this is a foundational piece, trust, respect. No, I'm saying all these things need to be in the structure of the foundation of the block itself. So if you making the cement, these are all the ingredients of the cement or foundation. Having all these things and effective communication, not just communication, but effective communication, meaning that the party who is trying to convey a message is comprehended from the party who's receiving the message. Like comprehension, like I know what you're saying. Because relationship, a lot of times it ain't good to just understand. You have to know. You know, that's how you feel better about things. Like I know this person. If they tell me something, it's the truth versus constantly thinking, is this person lying? Then that eliminates trust. If you can't trust nobody, it's hard to respect. If you ain't getting honesty from someone, it's hard to have compassion from them because you don't know if they lying or not. So if one of these components are missing, then everything is kind of fucked up because they all associate with one another. So if these things ain't established, I don't even think people should get into relationships. If you can't establish the respect, if you can't establish trust, effective communication, compassion, and honesty, it ain't even worth getting in a relationship with a person. I don't care what kind of relationship it is. It's just not worth it. It ain't gonna work. Because when one of these components are missing, the shit crumble. Soon as some adversity, soon as some big shit happen, you ain't gonna be able to trust the person. You don't know if they being honest. They ain't
Yeah,
communicating effectively. Then I have no compassion because I think you're a fucking liar. So yeah, all those components, man. People be overlooking the small things, but the small things be the biggest things, man.
yeah. That's why you gotta sure. That's why you gotta make sure you know who you dealing with because like some of them, and I'm gonna say this before I get up off it. Some of these stories it be sounding funny, but it really not funny. Because imagine you giving your all to somebody and then find out that they cheating. That's the worst type of disrespect, and that's the worst. That's the worst you can do because guess what? You can't excuse that. There's not no excuses when it comes to what you did because that's a decision you decide to make. You know, if you don't sit down and really have that effective conversation and communication with somebody, you might have to deal with something like that. But again, just be mindful of who you are dealing with. If you see a person really can't be, you know, if they really can't be faithful or they can't really, commit to one person, then what's the use of you still chasing them? You know they're not going to stay committed. Like I said, if you for the streets, you for the streets.
She's a hoe.
You had a question in that, Rachel. Did you get closure? Talking about from your dad.
With my parents, yeah. Listen, it took a sit down with my baby pops, to understand my mom a little bit. And it took that sit down 2 years and a half back with Word on his panel on some real shit because in my mind I wanted to find my dad because I wanted to tell him off. I wanted to make him feel what I was feeling. But Word made me see it a different way. Then now when I was looking for him, I just really wanted to, find out why he ain't come back. You see where I'm coming from? But when, I buried the man, I learned that, he was looking for me. It was my mom keeping him away. So
Yeah,
it is a long story. So did I get closure? Yeah, I got closure before I even, found him. In a way, kind of like it's weird as shit. That conversation with Word was kind of like therapy. Weird online. Yeah,
yeah.
that was weird.
No, but it's
I
needed
was
though.
mad. And he
Mm.
just sat there and he just talked to me so calmly.
Nah, but sometimes that's how it got to be done. Like you don't necessarily got to match the energy with somebody. Just sometimes it's good to just have a listening ear. Like I see, like me, I'm good with this. I tell some people, why you didn't intervene or why you didn't say nothing. I don't need to say nothing. I'm letting you vent. I'm also, assessing everything and being critical because I don't want to give you or say the wrong thing to you and then you you know, now I want to make sure that you understand where I'm coming from, but I also want you to understand, it's always good to just have a lending ear because again, you never know what somebody could be possibly going through. And sometimes it's good to listen because by then, sometimes once the person done vented, they done basically almost answered their questions or they done got to a point where it's like, okay, you
Real
know what?
shit.
I'm feeling calmer than I was, or you know what? I'm starting to have a better understanding now than what I just did.
That's
You
some
was
real
sitting
shit.
there talking all day. Guess what? As long as I got my blunt rolled, go ahead, talk away. I'm gonna still listen to everything, and then I'm gonna give you my final assessments and thoughts, and keep pushing from there.
Mm-hmm. The way I used to talk about him 3 years ago, like I never, I want to expose him or none of that. I was just mad, like damn, like what the fuck? Like I never
And
understood the situation, and it was like word made sense when he said a lot of shit that he said. Like
and you know what? You got that right. Because like I said, even with my parents, I was mad. Like, man, my mom ain't come get me until I was 9. Like, y'all started families without me and shit. Like, what? And then I understood. Like, when I heard their side of the story. So a lot of times, we have a perception with the limited information we got, and then that perception make us feel some type of way. But when we get the full picture, we begin to understand. And then, Rach, you open minded, man, and you want to know the truth. You know what I'm saying? So even if you feel some type of way, it's easy to communicate with you. So I just felt like if actually had the opportunity to talk to him or understand his side, that those feelings would subside. And I'm happy it did. You know what I'm saying? Because that'd be hell going through always wondering through life, and you never really, even though you ain't get all the information you wanted, you at
mm,
least got enough to heal from the situation or to
it
move
was,
forward. You know what
it,
I'm saying?
it was easier to bury the man on some
Yeah,
real shit.
yeah.
It's like I thought I was gonna react differently, but I didn't. It's crazy. I had no emotions. I questioned that for a second. You heard me. I said it to you that day too. I was like, I questioned that. I was like, wait, I have no feelings. What the fuck? Is something wrong with me? Like I'm supposed to feel something, but no, I guess that's normal.
Yeah, but see, that's the bad part about it. Let me say this before I get up off here. But that's the bad part about it, though. I mean, it's bad when one parent is holding another from seeing their children. But like I said, I could see if it was, you know, this was the situation because this person is a danger to you on certain levels, cool.
Yeah,
But when none of those situations and you're just bitterness or spitefulness, that right there will take a toll because you gotta think about it in the long run. Guess who's suffering going into adulthood?
yeah,
Even if you find out the truth, it might not be right away. It might not be when you get of age. It might be well past that one. So you gotta again just be careful and who you deciding to raise a family with. And if that person is showing you that they could be spiteful, they could be vindictive, if any of those traits pop out before time, that's when you're supposed to know, okay, red flag. I'm not going to be going that far with you. I don't care how much of a bond I might have with you at that time juncture. If I see certain things that I would consider toxic or dangerous, even if I'm trying to build, nah, can't do that. I got to go the other way.
that's some real shit.
But I do gotta say this too though, because we've been talking about the women a lot. But I got a friend. He did some when he first had his daughter. It was like he wasn't really in the daughter's life. Didn't really care. But then his mom got her. She was on. What was the name of that show? She was on her mom got an audition for her. She was on a TV show, and then she started doing like commercials. And then all of a sudden, he wanted to be in a child's life, but the mom was like, "Nah, man. Like like the grandmother was always allowed in the child's life, but she didn't want the dad around because he ain't really, he ain't been there and he did it." And he was like, "Man, that ain't fair." I'm like, "Bro, you waited till this girl turned 13. Now you trying to be in her life? Like you can't be upset at that mama for that because you wasn't there." And now
Yeah.
all of a sudden, shit popping off, and now you want to play daddy. Like you gotta it's your responsibility now to gain that trust back with the mother and the child, really. So, I mean, it's situations, not saying all of them, I'm just saying that's from a person. I've seen that happen. So, it's so many variables why a mother might try to keep the child out their life. I just think is only fair to look at each situation individually to really come up with an understanding because I'm not gonna take the mama side, I ain't gonna take the dad side. I'm always take the kid side because that's the one who didn't ask to be here. So the mom and the dad got a responsibility. And we know it's some unscrupulous motherfuckers on the mama side and some unscrupulous motherfuckers on the daddy side. So what's important is the kid. So, I ain't gonna put a blanket on the whole situation, but if we look at it from an individual, we'll have more understanding on how to create better solutions for these situations. And I got the best solution. Know who the hell you screwing. And don't nut up.
That's or some real shit. And I think a lot of parents need to focus, keep these problems between them. Like, don't involve the kids. Stop, trying to, make the, because when you're trying to sit here, right, the child stays with me or, the child can't be with you, it's like you're forcing this kid to pick a side on some real shit. And I hate when parents play that game. It's like y'all sit here and play ping pong with this child.
And that's who will end up suffering the most when it's all said.
Yeah.
If you're in those type of games, you can expect your child to have to go through a lot of um, therapy and all of that. And that's the thing, you know, it will set your children back to some degree, or it'll just make them think differently about the world around them.
Oh shit.
Where
Yeah, I
got
got
the money? Where got the juice?
Oh shit. Well, you gotta respect the money, yo. But I gotta hop down. Appreciate you, word. I
that
don't
too,
think you
man.
heard me, but y'all let him know.
My bad. First
All right.
ice.
Good night,
King
Reggie.
Blackout.
All right.
That's
I'm
my
gonna be in the
boy.
Take
chat.
it easy.
I'll
Take
be
it
in the
easy.
chat.
Appreciate
Good
you.
night, Mom.
Appreciate you, man.
We already, my guy.
King Blackout ain't playing. Hold on, bro. I gotta hit you with it.
Come on, get that money, 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 money. I don't come the money, money.
Hold on, one more. One more.
Let's make this one. Let's make this one. Money.
Oh, we hit the goal. That's what's up, bro. I appreciate that, man. That's the first time. I think that's the first time I hit the goal. We hit the goal, Commander.
Woo, woo. We hit the goal. That's what's up, 9.
Shout out to Blackout. I think Blackout. Him and Stoic. Appreciate y'all, man. 5 of 5. Appreciate y'all. That's the
What's
first time
up.
I hit
And
a
there's
goal,
beaches.
bro.
What?
It's
There's beaches in the chat.
shaking my ass now. Stoic, no offense. I don't want to see you shaking your ass, bro. I'm pretty sure some of these women will, though. So go ahead and shake. Shake it up.
Oh shoot,
But
King Blackout. There's 3 of them. Wow. So how do the goals work? It's not a price. It's not a price. It's just like an amount of super chats.
Blackout got 4. Yeah, so
It's a
like
count for each.
I'm a struggling YouTuber. So $5 is if I get $5 on a show, that's good for me. So I just set it like 5 for 5, like 5 donations of $5 or higher
5.
within 3 hours. But like I said, I got I'm doing a special video because like these last couple months, people like King Blackout Stoic, ARD, um, Ozzy, who LD, Robert. They've been really coming through showing love. I hope I ain't miss nobody. And then people just getting the memberships. Like Blackout been showing love. Donating membership. So all that's been. I mean, I've been getting YouTube checks because of that. So yeah, I definitely want to show some form of
Big
appreciation.
Mix
You know,
sometimes
Big
when
Mix.
he's
Yeah, Big
here.
Mix always do cash apps. Shout out to Big Mix. I got to put him on that video. All the big donators, the contributors, everybody with memberships too, man. That I mean, even if it's $1.99, that still goes towards my goal to receive just $100. Like I said, I'm a low level YouTuber. If I get $100 from this, I'm happy. I can pay for my StreamYard and
We are
my all
not
my stuff.
manifesting that. We are not
Yeah,
manifesting no low level YouTubers.
no, we get
High
this.
level here.
This, yeah, this is how I get started, though. I mean, this is how we get to that. We got to start somewhere. So I appreciate that, because it's been a long time, and it's been consistent for the last couple months. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't get the views, so I don't make money off the monetization. I make money off of donations, so I appreciate that. Now, when I start getting the views, then we on and popping. We can do some big things. I'm gonna have a real studio. We go do some major things. I want to have interview. I want to do big things with the channel because I think the direction we're going through self development, we can have different variety of conversations. I got so many ideas, and you see, I try to implement them, but we just never really had the support. Like the accountability corner, I want to do that. I want to bring back the kings and queens point of view, where we have different discussions on various topics from a man's point of view and from a woman's. It's so many different ideas I want to do. It's just we don't
We
have.
kind of do it already. We kind of
We
do
do
some
it.
of it
Yeah, we do it. We do it
when
already.
we have girls on the panel.
Yeah, we do it. But imagine if we can do it on a larger level. Like, I mean, we can. Like, I got plans for the nine, man. We gonna be great. We ain't got no choice but to be great. But I got plans, man. Y'all rocking the 9% is just a better you is a better us, man. That's all we promote, self development. We
So
all got different vehicles, so no matter what lane you in, long as it's beneficial and developing self and helping develop other people, join the nine, man. We on some positive shit, trying to be better people. That's all. It ain't no cult. It ain't no religion. It's more of a philosophy, if anything. We just trying to be better versions of ourselves. We do it different ways. So
I
that's
just want
my
to say thank you,
nine.
Stoic. Stoic
Yeah.
says we're already great, right, Stoic?
Mhm.
More coming your way.
Yeah, brother. I'm telling you, I plan on doing major things. I want to come on a little earlier, but I know this is a good time for our out of the country people. This is a good time for Stoic just be getting off of work when we rocking out. But I want to have a couple shows, and then I want other people too. When I'm not on, I want Gary to be a little bit more consistent on his busted down channel. But it's just the support. The more support we get, the more motivation we have to do what we do. So I appreciate, especially all the new people coming through, especially all the old people too. Without all the supporters, new or old. The point I'm trying to make. Y'all making this, y'all making it easier because it's hard to do. It's really hard to be a quality. I try to bring quality. I don't know how y'all take it, but my intent is to bring quality content, something that people can benefit from. Even though I joke around, I'm gonna have fun. Look, I almost died twice, okay, so I'm gonna enjoy life. I'm gonna do that, but I'm gonna try to bring some sauce where people can actually apply it and benefit from it. That's my intent, and even the people around me do the same thing. If it's entertainment, it's good, clean entertainment. We go over BDB. Battle of the Beats, ain't nobody beefing, ain't nobody breaking nobody down. It's a nice, friendly competition where we can see the immaculate skills of a lot of these producers. Like, you get exposed to new things. You go over to Rachel's, you learn a new thing. She talking about stuff that I don't like, AIs and stuff. I don't know about that, but I'm listening and I'm learning. You know what I'm saying? It ain't no drama. Ain't nobody chopping nobody head off. It's all things that we can grow from. So.
So the kind of topics that I was talking to Blind about, which are some of the ones we've already hit, but we're gonna hit them again, are things
Mm-hmm.
like leadership, things like the
Mm,
life path numbers, um, how to dissect people, how to handle people, like when you're
mm.
getting dogpiled, how to still entertain it, like how to handle yourself and how to dissect them, break it down and break
Oh,
them
that's
down.
my shit. That's my shit
Yeah,
right there.
that
Yeah,
part.
well, hey, tell Blind to come pick my mind. That's all you got to do. I be
Yeah.
having to ask the word segment. I talk about, I love behavior and I love the counteract, how to counteract different things. Like even dealing like with narcissists. Narcissists, look, I'm telling you, it's really not hard to deal with once you identify, because there's levels to it. There's different types of narcissists. So once you identify the personality of the narcissist, like the grandiosos, those the ones who will inflate. Only thing you gotta do is tell them to prove it. Because a lot of the times when people can't prove it, they just talk themselves up. So when you make them put into action, they can't do it, and it shut them down. Then you got them the ones that play victim. Well, show them that they really the villain. Show them that you're complaining about the things that you're doing to other people. Once
Mhm.
once you start like putting mirrors in front of people and exposing the tactics that they're using, that's what people don't
Mhm.
like. They don't like when you expose the tactics that they're using. They don't like that because now they got to
Nope.
switch and go to something else. Then you identify that. Then they go to something else, and
And
then they
sometimes
just
they
want
get
an
tripped
easier
up.
target. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
sometimes they're
then
like, right? And then they
mhm,
try to deflect because they can't really face that. You can't look in the mirror.
they can't look in the mirror. So yeah, I love talking about those topics, especially behavior. That's my shit. I love the behavior. I start looking at life paths like how not only what the number is, but like I just got a different, even like listening to people explain what the life paths is, I got a little different. I think it's more of a because you have different understandings of life paths. Like you got the Greco understanding, and then you got the Chaldean understanding. So the Chaldean understanding is more potential, not like, okay, I'm a 33, but that don't mean I'm smart. That means I have the potential to be a good leader. I have the potential, well, not a leader, but a spiritual leader, a spiritual teacher, not even a leader. But that's what a 33 is a teacher, a master teacher. But that only means I have the potential. So if I understand I have the potential, I can go work on those skills to fulfill that potential. That's how I look at life paths.
Yeah, that part.
You know,
How to maximize
yeah,
whatever potential you have, how to maximize it and
yeah.
turn it
What
into
come?
skill.
Because like every like any job I was at, I was always put not in a leadership position, but a more of a teaching position. I was always good at translating shit for people. Like people used to call me the translator. Like I can make shit make sense. That always been good at that. It's just making like somebody say something and then the other person can't understand it, but I can be like the middleman to translate it, make it understandable. I always been good at that.
Yeah, I always get the hard people
Mm-hmm.
because I'm good with the real difficult people. Like I'm good with them. So
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately, I get them.
Because some gifts you got. I don't know if you noticed it, but your patience, the level of patience you have, is a gift. And not only do you have patience, but you have like a desire to uncover things, to make things understandable.
I've
And
been
with
told I
those,
have patience. I've been
yeah,
told like I put people at ease.
yeah, and that's what that's about.
That's what? You cut out.
You can
Oh,
you can
oh,
make
oh, now you're
people.
back.
Oh, I'm back now. Oh, I made a mistake and hit the button. But you can control an environment. You can dictate the energy of an environment. You can bring people to your level instead of matching other people's level. Young Riaz, what up?
What up,
Didi, did
young
I say what
Riaz?
up to Didi earlier? Was Didi
Dee dee
here
dee dee
earlier?
dee dee.
Dee 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 dee.
Yeah, she was here way earlier. Yeah, she probably been here the whole time, but in the chat, she was way back early on. She was in the chat.
I clipped Gary again when he was like, "Do it for the 9." I gotta put that in something. I don't know what I'm gonna put it in, but I clipped him. I definitely clipped him. Yeah,
Do it for
but
the do it for the 9.
do it for
Take
the
one for the
9.
9.
Take one for the 9. Like I
The
already
word is
took
always
some,
taking one
coach.
for the 9. We always talk over him. He's the host, so yeah. Sometimes it happens when you're the host.
That happened a lot. So yeah, man. If y'all listening, I know there's some Bush babies listening, man. Type in the chat. Come join this community. I mean, I'm not even gonna call it a community. We more tribe like. We're a bunch of people with like-minded, like-hearted people, bro. We cool, and we building, man. We building. You looking for an environment where you can grow and you can add. This is the place to be, man. This is the place to be. I'm a little rough on the edges. That's why roses got thorns, though, to prevent people from fucking up the delicate flowers. So that's what my thorns are for, you know. But it shouldn't keep you away. You can still smell them, just don't pick them.
I wouldn't even say that. Rough around the edges? Where? No. I don't
Mm-hmm.
think anybody sees that. You have a lot of patience.
Man, I asked God for it, and I got these kids. You know, because life, man. I just learned throughout life, man. You need patience, man. Patience, I'm telling you, is like a superpower. Like when we look at like X-Men and the Avengers and all these powers and shit they got, we don't understand like things like compassion, love, understanding, all those. Like when you do it at a high level, that shit is like a superpower, man. It opens a whole new world to you. Like patience has did so much for me and helping me understand other people, helping me understand myself. I had to learn how to have patience for myself first. Once I developed that, look, that's the cheat code in life. If you want to develop things, develop it for yourself first. Let's love, patience, respect, dignity. Develop that for yourself and see how it spills out. It'll be easier to give it to other people, but you won't just give it to anybody. You'll give it to the people who deserve it. That'd be the problem too. People give away things like patience, love, respect, trust. They give it away. And you give it to somebody who not gonna take care of it, then some fucked up shit happen. Now you don't want to give it to nobody else. When all the time it was really
Yeah.
your fault. You know, it was really accountability is a hell of a superpower too.
You have to have
Because
self control. Because if it's part of your nature to be that way, you got to reel it back in sometimes and have self control not to do
mm-hmm.
that with everyone, even when you feel
you,
like it.
you can't let people earn things in life. If you pay attention, man, people take care of things they had to earn, that they worked hard for. Like we was talking about ownership of homes. Like when you own your home, you go outside and make sure the grass look good. You rake the leaves. You keep the grass when you own it. When you don't, you be like, shit. Okay, somebody will do it. It'll get done. You don't take care of it as well. Damn door handle fall off. You be like, man, well, they fix it. But
The
when it's
landlord will
your
fix
shit,
it.
yeah, when it's your shit, no, you want it to look spectacular.
Yeah, that's true. And if you don't, then that's something you have to work on.
Yeah.
If you got a raggedy old car, or like you got a car, but you're not treating it right, you're not keeping it clean, then how you going to level up to the next best thing? You know, like you got to take care of what you have. You want a better car, then you got to treat the one you have very well. Same with your household, same with your relationships.
Oh yeah. You want a 3 minute intro? I think mine too long. I don't really like doing intros over a minute, but I can make a 3 minute. I can definitely make a 3 minute intro.
That does seem long. How long
Yeah,
is
that's
yours?
long. This is like a minute or something. That shit too long.
Maybe try a minute and a half.
Man, my shit
2
almost 2
minutes.
minutes. Yeah,
Do
a
2
minute,
minutes.
52 seconds. That shit too long. Like, that one the Faces of the Nine, that's 4 minutes, 3 minutes and 52 seconds. I think that's too, but that's like a commercial. I gotta make some stuff up. I gotta make some more, but I'm gonna start editing next month. I'm gonna get back into editing. I just got a lot. I gotta try to work on this website, man. It's so much stuff. I put so much stuff on my plate. I got 3 new programs I'm trying to build for my coaching. Um, like I don't want to sell courses, but I do have programs that I put people through. But I don't like the whole. But I don't know. I was talking to my mentor, or I got a life coach, coaching me how to coach. But she suggested that, like, do we get? She was like, just don't do nothing you don't believe in. And I don't believe in courses. And she was like, well, what about lessons? And I'm
Like
like, yeah, I like that, but it could be
evergreen
my
evergreen
yeah,
courses.
yeah. I don't like that. So I mean,
You don't
but
like it?
I can be wrong. I can be wrong. You know what I'm saying? So I
Well, because
gotta
people
try it.
sometimes they need guidance through the course so they can stay on track.
Yeah. So I like to be more hands on. So like I like doing lessons. Like you come, we do this lesson, and then you apply it. You come back, give me some feedback, then we go to the next part. So I do programs. Like I put people through programs versus courses. Like, oh, you read this shit and do this shit and then take it. No, I don't want to do all that. I like guiding people through it. So it's more like lessons. But like I said, I can be wrong. So I'm gonna try it her way and I'm gonna try it my way and see what works.
Yeah, you never know.
A lot of love here.
Sometimes people will sell they'll sell the courses like people don't really do anything with the courses. Sometimes that
Yeah,
happens.
man. Yeah, it was like you get it, and like I think everything is about application, and if people don't like, and that's the thing about a coach too. One of the things we do is accountability. That's part of our job is to hold people accountable, keep them on track. So I can do that if we're going through the lesson together, and versus depending on you, because some people just won't do it if they don't have a reason to. That people buy shit and put it on the shelf all the time, don't even use it. So that's how this would be, especially if people busy. But if you go take the time out to pay me to help you develop different aspects of yourself, I want to be there doing it with you. I'm just more of a hands-on person versus just sell you this and see how it works, because I believe in the individual aspect. Like, even if I tell you to do this, I really have to know if you're capable of it. I might have to build you up to do it. I might have to take things away from you. You might think a certain way that's not conducive to the program. So I mean, it's so many
Yeah,
variables involved. So I
that's a
just
good
like to
point.
be, yeah, I like to be more hands-on versus just trying to sell you something to make money. I'm
Because
gonna
it's
make
not like
money
a one
regardless.
size fits all, right?
Yeah. That's why I don't like when I be hearing these coaches talk, man, I be like, bruh, that shit don't work like that. Like everybody intentions is different. And I make it a point to do more work than anybody else. To do more than anybody. That's just how I'm built. Like anything I do, I want to do more. You know. So I know I do too much sometimes. I always been told that, like, man, you do too much. You don't need you go too far. But that's how I know I'm gonna get the job done. If I
I
do
was
extra
tripping out on
shit.
Stoic. He wants to be your client, your coaching client. But I was tripping out. He's like, I want Commander there. I want to do it on a live. Like, what? Have you ever done that? No. Have you?
Not on a live, no.
Not on a live, right? Yeah, no.
I did
Would that be
a
weird?
coaching. It kind of would, because I do confidentiality. Um,
It's very personal.
yeah, but I mean, if that's what they want to do, then I'm fine with that. It's about the client, making the client comfortable. So if a client is comfortable, like I was coaching this one dude, And his girlfriend was staying the night the weekend. He was like, "Oh no, it's okay." And we develop in the difference between confidence and self esteem, right?
Well, you talked about that. Yeah, you showed me the
Yeah.
difference.
So we was doing self esteem building, and his girl was like, "Is this man really working with you about self esteem?" He was like, "Yeah." And she thought like self esteem and confidence was the same thing. I'm like, nah, it's the way he look at himself. But I like to get to the root. Why do you look at yourself? Self esteem is about how you view yourself, but why do you view yourself like this? A lot of times it's because
I
outside
thought it was
influence.
how others view you.
So this is now we get into the what and the why.
Mm-hmm.
So the what is this? This is the what. Self esteem is how you view yourself. But why do you view yourself like that? Because of how other people are viewing you.
Mm-hmm.
So we get into the why. So to get the outside influence away, you have to know yourself. Because if you don't, then all those outside views of you will matter. That's why people have low self esteem. It's not they look at themselves because of the way the world look at them. So I got to get you to the point where you know yourself. So even when the world says something different, it won't bother you. But that's why it's called self esteem because it's the way we're supposed to look at ourselves. But it's really how other people look at us. That's the why. Why do we feel
See, and
this
I
way?
thought
It's
it was the
because of what?
same.
No.
Yeah, I
Like
didn't know it
even
was two different things because I thought if you have
well,
good
is
self
the
esteem, you're confident. If you're confident, you have good self esteem. That's what I thought.
well
Because can you be
confidence
low
is
self esteem and still be confident?
yeah, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because confidence is just knowing your abilities. So it's not really about you. It's about what you can do. That's what your confidence is. I'm confident. That's why they mistake confidence and cockiness. That's why they get, or conceitedness. Well, conceitedness will associate with self esteem, but confidence and
Yeah.
cockiness. But confidence is about your abilities. Self esteem is about how you view yourself or your abilities.
Because you can be confident in certain areas and not in
Yeah,
others, obviously.
yeah, it have low. You can be so like someone who's think about this. Say a nerd that's good in chess. You put him in front of the chessboard, he feel invincible. Take him away from the chessboard, then he got low self esteem. Why? Because people look at him as a nerd. But when he in front of that chessboard, he don't care how people look at him because he know his abilities. He know he's the baddest motherfucker on his chessboard. He know that. So now we got to get to the what and why again. Why is he so confident when he in front of the chessboard? Because he knows his skill and his ability. But you take that board away from him, and then what do he got? Then they just look at him as a nerd. He can't fight. He's scrawny. Got scraggly hair, wear glasses. All these things he start feeling low about. But you put that chessboard in front of him. The crazy thing, I know a dude like that who played football. Put him on a football field, he was a monster. You took him off, low self esteem. Only time you seen his confidence is when he was on the football field because he was big and couldn't nobody move him, so he can do whatever he want to people. But in real life, he couldn't fight, so he got bullied. That's crazy, ain't it? Big motherfucker getting
Yep.
bullied, but it was his self esteem. He lived in poverty, single mom. She worked two jobs. She had to share clothes with his brother, so his self esteem was low. Never really got haircuts. But you put him on the football field, he was a monster. Couldn't move him. But off the football field, and it's not even that he couldn't fight, he just didn't fight back.
It's like putting on a cape. It's like on the field, he
Mm-hmm.
had a uniform and he was someone else.
Mm-hmm. Superman on the field, Clark Kent in real life. That's how it be. So that's why it's important to build both self esteem and confidence. But I got to get to the why. It's hard to build self esteem, and that's how you get to the why. understanding why people. It's not even like think about this. Women put makeup on. Why? They say it's confidence. It's not confidence because confidence is strictly dealing with the ability. It's to build their self-esteem because they're perceiving how someone else will look at them. If I put this makeup on, I look good. That's how people go look at me. They go think I look good. That's gonna build my self-esteem. I'm gonna walk different. I'm gonna talk different. You don't put the makeup on, then I feel ugly. Why you feel ugly? Because that's how you think people looking at you. You ain't walking around looking at yourself all day. You don't know how you look. So you're perceiving how others are going to look at you. That's why people have low self-esteem. It's not, but by definition, self-esteem means how you perceive yourself. But why do you perceive yourself like that? To fix the problem or to create a solution, you got to understand why. It's because how others look at you.
And you can't control
How others look. You can't. You can't. That's why I stopped giving a fuck. That's why when you said that, first thing I was thinking about, like I got to finish that part 2, the art of not giving a fuck. That was a book I wanted to write. Now that's some stoic shit. Stoic. Yeah.
Yeah, and the throat. We just need one more for the chakra.
2, 3 more. Throat.
Oh, we have 3 more.
Throat, eye, and head. Throat, eye, and head. I probably work on that when I start editing it again. Throat, eye, and head.
Who, what, when, and why? That's what Stoic said.
Who, what, when, and why?
He's funny. He's all, All right, 9.
Yeah, I want to get on. I want to get on TikTok.
What?
I want to get on TikTok.
You want to do some debates on TikTok?
I don't really want them people crazy, man.
Right.
Like I be listening to some of that shit, and it's like I believe in empiricism. I really do. I don't fully practice it, and empiricism is just learning from life experiences. That's what empiricism is. It's the way you acquire knowledge. I think I did a show on that. There's different ways we acquire knowledge, and it's just a lot of things like people say in these debates is like that shit. You can't apply that shit in real life. Like that's just a theory, or you using hypothetical. Like let's talk about some real shit. Like let's use that. Other than that, I don't even be interested. I'd be like, bro, that shit is not reality. Like, I don't know. This shit they be talking about. I'd be like, bro, you can't apply that shit. And when you apply it, like, and then it's the mindset of people. More like, if you ain't try something in life, it's hard to say what the outcome will be. You know, if you tried it and it didn't work, then you got to look at different variables. Maybe you didn't have the right resources, the right information. Maybe you just didn't do it the right way. That don't mean it don't work. Like I be hearing, like I wanted to get on this one discussion. Like I like now this is gonna be controversial, and I know you want to get off, but what is it? The pro-life thing. So what do pro-life mean?
Yeah.
That means you non-abortion.
Pro-choice. That means the choice to have an abortion, and then there's pro-life, which is don't abort your baby. If you don't want to keep your baby, give it up for adoption. That's pro-life.
Oh. So it's so many
Preserving
variables.
Life.
It's so many variables involved in that. But like from like my experience growing up, you know, like people say, you know, have a baby and give it up for adoption. Okay. That's not gonna guarantee that the kid is gonna have a quality life. You know, a lot of times them kids go into foster homes, sometimes they go into group homes, you know. And the people who saying, well, just give it up, you ain't taking care of the baby. This is how I feel. If a person don't want a baby, don't let them have it. That just makes more sense. Because I would rather people to abort a baby they don't want that they ain't gonna take care of than to have a child that the responsibility is gonna be on somebody else.
People say that like small babies, they're usually adopted. They're usually not. They don't end up in foster homes like their whole life. But even at being adopted, you still don't know what kind of
You
life
don't
they're gonna
know.
have. But I
You
mean,
don't know.
even we don't know. Even if we're not even adopted, we don't know what kind of life we're gonna have when we're born. Even to a
Exactly.
mother and father household.
Like you can get adopted, and these people can be loving parents, but that child can be like still fucked up when they realize like my real parents didn't want me. You can't guarantee everybody will have an okay life by their biological parents giving them up. You can't
Well, even
guarantee that.
living with biological parents, a child might feel that their parents didn't want them.
You see what I'm saying? Especially if now imagine the parent didn't want them. So like when people, I'd be like, man, I don't give a fuck about that shit. I ain't trying to take care of nobody's kids anyway. If they want to abort them, I mean, I'm not paying for it. Like, I mean, it's killing a life, man. Okay, now you let that life be born, and they take the life anyway. Now they just took the life of an innocent child, or that child grow up fucked up and take a whole bunch of other people's lives. Like these are realities. So what makes sense to me if a person don't want a kid, I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying like shit, let them do whatever they want to do. If they don't want it, I'd rather for them not to have it than to bring a life on this earth that they ain't gonna be responsible for.
So, but where do you draw the line? So, if somebody has their kid and their kid's like 3 or 5 years old and they don't want them anymore because they can't handle them, they don't like them, then
Well, that's not abortion.
where do you draw the line?
No,
Because
I'm
that little baby in the womb is it's already like forming. You know, there's already has little legs and little
and
arms and
that thing go from embryo to a fetus. You know, you got 12 weeks from embryo to a fetus. You got 12 weeks. But even if they 3, 4 years old, that's not abortion. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about like abortion. Now, if you have a kid, once the kid here, I feel like people need to be responsible. And if they're not responsible, there should be some type of deterrence, like some type of fucking punishment for not being responsible for kids you have.
mm-hmm.
And then people will be less likely to have kids like and not be responsible for them. But even just having a kid and giving it away, that's not. I mean, to me, it's like, and if they get warded to the state, now I got to pay for that.
But shouldn't they be responsible? That baby's in their womb. That baby's
Yeah,
already there. Shouldn't they be responsible just like they should be for the 3 or 5 year old?
they should be. No, it's different. Like it's different. Like I understand that argument people have, but it's really different. I mean, I cannot compare an embryo or even a fetus to a 3 or 5 year old. I'm not gonna do that because it's not. You know, people have stillborns every day. Once the kid here, then the kid here. But if it's in the belly, I mean, I don't
It's still
believe you
alive.
should wait till it has when it fully developed. I don't believe that. I mean, I believe it's even medical. I mean, health wise, after a certain amount of time, it's not healthy to have an abortion. You know, so even health wise, I don't believe. No, after 12 weeks, I think it's a wrap. You know, if you want to really ask me what I think people, I think you should have to apply for a license to even have a kid. I think motherfuckers need to be sterile until they can prove that they capable of raising a child. If I can have it my way, that's how it'll be. Like you gotta apply for a license to have a kid. Fuck that. And we won't have a lot of these problems. Don't ever make me president. I'm sterilizing all you motherfuckers. Chastity belts for everybody. Uh-uh. But I just think I take the hard stand, absolutely no abortions, and then see I can't rock with that. I can't rock with that. And the reason I can't rock with that because I know people. I have a friend who got essayed, and she hate her son, and she honest with him. You know, he grown now, But she still telling like, damn, you keep every time I look at you, you remind me of your daddy. Like that has emotional effects not only on the child but the mother too. You know, having to look at a kid every day that look like the person that saved you, that shit fucked up. And I know that's not a high in the statistics where people getting essayed and having kids. But when it does happen, I think that should be an automatic get out of jail free card or get out of baby free card. I don't think you should allow that. If a person got essayed, I think that should be mandatory. You know, but I mean, I understand people like pro life, but I'm looking like that. I ain't taking care of it. You know, fuck that. I know people say morals and all that. Nah, bro. I mean, I grew up in the hood, so I just seen a lot of people having kids and not responsible. And it's like better off if they never had them. You know, I just seen that. It's better off if some people don't have kids. You know, it's not fair to the child because they didn't ask to be born, but at the same time, I don't know. I just don't think.
I don't think it's fair for a woman to get pregnant 7 times and all 7 times or however many times she wants to just unalive a baby. I don't think that's fair. But a lot of things are not fair. So.
Yeah, I was about to say I don't think it's right. You know, I wouldn't personally do it. You know, I don't like if I ever, even when I was younger, when I got lied to twice, and I'm like, well, we just gonna have a kid, and I started making preparations, for the kid to come, even though I wasn't planning it, but it was like, hey, I was taking responsibility. So me personally, I don't believe in abortions. I wouldn't do it, but as far as what other, I don't think people should have babies who don't want them. I think it's worse for society. There's more cons than pros for society when people have kids that they don't want. But I don't think people should use abortion as a contraceptive. But like I said, I know I have the structure and the discipline not to do certain things and other people don't. So I'm not go. Yeah, but yeah, I personally don't believe in abortion, but as far as what other people do, I'd rather for people not to have kids than just to keep popping them out and sending them for adoption. I think that's fucking shit up even worse. So
there's some people who have kids just to collect like a government
yeah,
check.
yeah, to collect government check. I seen that shit, bro. I was dating this girl, and her auntie was like, "You need to have a couple kids so you don't have to work." And I'm like, "What the fuck?" Like her auntie was telling her auntie had 6 kids by 5 different dudes.
Did she take good care of her kids?
No.
No.
Her kids was taking care of her kids. While she was out partying and shit. Her kids taking care of her kids. So you believe
we had that question. I brought up that question about assisted unaliving. I can't remember who was on panel.
3 or 4 of them are babies of SA. Can you point them out? Are they different in a way? No, but what I'm saying is like far as like the victim of the SA, what it does, and this is just from personal experience. I'm not even saying all situations, and I'm pretty sure people have got SA, and the kid was like the best part of their life. I seen a Lifetime movie like that where this lady got SA, and the kid was like, it kind of saved her life, but just from a personal experience, like just knowing that what that young man went through, and him and his mom, like she had 3 other kids after that and always treated him different. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like, not only is that a possibility, it's like I seen that and experienced it because, I was cool with him. But seeing him go through that, and it's like he hate his dad, don't even know his dad, and his mama hate him because he look like his dad. Nothing he do is ever good enough for his mama. That's a fucked up way to, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's fucked up, you know, to be going through that. Like, no matter what he accomplished, it was never good enough because he looked like his dad. And his dad was the one who, you know. So just saying that experience is like, that shit fucked up. And that's not, I'm not even saying that's everyone's experience when they become SA'd and had a baby. But yeah, I just don't see the benefits of people having kids when they don't want them. Even if they give them up for adoption and shit. Like, I just don't. I think that's just giving people excuses to not be responsible. You know, even getting an abortion, you can say the same thing. You know, people use it as contraceptive. That's why I say I think it should be some type of punishment. I mean, that shit sound harsh, but that's why we got laws, is to deter people from doing stupid shit. You know, so start making a stricter law. You have a kid, you get pregnant, and you don't take care of it, then you got to pay child support, even if you give it up for adoption. Make the motherfuckers pay child support. Shit, why not? If the daddy don't want the kid and the mama keep it, you got to pay child support. So why, if the mama had a kid and don't want to keep it, why shouldn't she have to pay child support? See how many people? I mean, shit. You think people would be just pumping out kids? Hell no. Make some stricter rule. It's unfortunate that, you know, we even gotta have laws. Like, people just can't do the right fucking thing. Shit ain't hard. Stop nutting in things that you don't want to grow.
Isn't it China that had the law where they could only have one baby? But if it
Mm-hmm.
was a girl, they could try for another one for a boy, I think.
Yeah, it was something like that. But it was China where they were restricted. What if that saying from baby daddy? So she don't allow her. Does it look like? And see, that's what I'm saying. Like, once a kid is different. I understand, like, when people equate like a 5-year-old to but an embryo and a fetus is different. It's just different. I mean, I understand the heartbeat and stuff like that, but it's even medical situations like if a woman get, you know, pregnant within her tubes, you know, you got to get an abortion or that shit will rupture and kill the woman. You know, it's medical. Even I forget the name of it, but it's when the genetics of the baby is different and the placenta doesn't form that protective sac. The baby growing in the mom will start killing the mom, making her septic and shit. So there's a couple, like, it's like 4 or 5 different medical conditions where people are advised to get abortions. You know, but yeah, I don't think people should use it as contraceptive. Like I said, me personally, I wouldn't get an abortion under any circumstance. You know, even if I didn't like the girl, if she got pregnant, then I just have to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? So I personally wouldn't do it, but I just don't, like, I'm not taking care. I don't really care what I'm just. I know sometimes I be sounding like an asshole, but I don't really care. Like, if people get abortions or not, I'd rather for them not to have kids they ain't gonna take care of though. You know, if
So
they know they ain't gonna take care of the kid, then I don't really think they should have it.
King Blackout says he takes a hard stance. I wonder how he feels for the medical ones where the woman's life is in danger. Is I wonder if he still believes in that hard stance.
As soon as the sperm meets the egg. I mean, technically, it really, like, it's not considered life until it has a heartbeat. I mean, medically, it's not really considered life until it has a heartbeat.
What
That's
I've
why they say
heard,
That's why they say um, the first couple weeks are important for the development of the child because you're trying to get to that heartbeat. Once I have a heartbeat, then it's alive. But until then, it still has potential to. You know, that's why people, like, when they have miscarriages in the first couple weeks, they don't even know it ain't in them no more. They just come out.
But once
Yeah,
that
but
baby
once
has a heartbeat,
it's a
or
lot.
that baby's moving around in there, you can already see the features.
Yeah.
Craig is in the chat.
Craig, what up though, my bro? Yeah, I just yeah, it's just like I like even like certain I don't know, bro. I just don't see how forcing people to have kids who don't want them, that it's not gonna make them accountable. You know, you say give them up for adoption. I understand that too. Because there's a lot of people who can't have kids who want kids that will take the baby in, so it can benefit a family from that too. But like just like even like arguing and stuff about it. Like I said, me personally, I don't believe in abortions. I wouldn't get it done. Like if I got a girl pregnant, even when I was younger, like I said, it was my ex-wife. I thought she was pregnant. She took a pregnancy test. She said she was pregnant, right? And then 2 days later, this dude called her phone, and she gave it. No, he kept calling. She wouldn't. I'm like, man, give me the phone. And when I said hello, he was like, look, bro, I'm telling you now. She go tell you she pregnant. It's not your baby, it's mine. She was pregnant when she met you. And I'm like, and I looked at her, I said, if this is a chance, this ain't my baby. I promise you. I said, if there's a chance it ain't my baby, if you have the baby and the DNA test said it ain't mine, you out my house and I'm done with you. And she said, so what's my options? I said, well, if you think it ain't mine, and you want to be with me, you better have an abortion because I ain't raising somebody else's kid. She went and had an abortion. That's the only time I told a girl
But
to get
what
an
if it was
abortion.
your kid, though?
It wasn't. She knew it wasn't. He knew it wasn't. The dude told me. She was pregnant before she even met me.
Yeah, if she knew she was pregnant
So if
before she
if
met
she
you.
thought it was a chance, because I told her, like, I'm getting a DNA test. Like, no, the DNA test will happen before the baby even here. You can get one, I believe, at 13, maybe 16 weeks. You can get a DNA test. So no, we go see. And if the baby ain't mine, you getting on my house. She went and had that damn abortion so quick. She wouldn't have had that, so I knew it wasn't mine. Because if there was any chance she thought it was, she wouldn't have had it.
Wait, but you didn't stay together after that, right?
I did. I ended up marrying her a year
Lord.
later. I couldn't be mad. I couldn't be
The
mad.
word.
Yeah,
What?
I couldn't be mad. I didn't even. Well,
The word has come a long way. That's
at the
crazy.
time, but you know what? At the time, I was just thinking like I can't be mad because it was before me. Right?
Because it was
Now that
before,
I'm
okay.
thinking about it, like, but now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, she tried to get me. I wasn't thinking about it that way at the time in the moment. I was like, man, it was before me. I can't be mad at her. But now, like, now after it's all done and over and I'm on the outside looking in, I'm like, nah, she tried to get me. She knew that wasn't my baby. And then there's one girl, she told me that she had an abortion and some stuff happened and I had to go out of town. And I came back like 3 months later and her mom called me and she came over my house and she showed me a death certificate. I'm like, what's this? She was like, this your baby. I'm like, what? Like the girl was gonna have a baby and not tell me that she had the baby. But she ended up having a stillborn.
Mm.
And I don't even know if that baby mine because a couple weeks later, my homeboy was like, man, bro, it could have been mine, yours, or I'm like, what? And she was a whole like that. Like, man. Yeah, I was dealing with some unscrupulous women back in the day.
Is that just because, like, those are the kind of women were around you?
Yeah, honestly, this was. I mean, I was in the hood, and you know, like when you live in a certain lifestyle, you don't want to go too far outside that lifestyle because you fuck around with somebody who not acquainted with that lifestyle, it's more dangerous for both of y'all. So it was just easier for me to deal with people who was familiar with the type of lifestyle I was living. That makes sense without saying too much.
No, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah. So, the 3 or 4 weeks. Yeah, that's true. Most people. But like even my wife, like the crazy thing, I knew the day my wife was pregnant. I knew the day my wife was pregnant. And she felt it like 4 days later. She was like, yeah, I think I'm pregnant. But it didn't go show on the test for like 2 weeks, I think. But she took a blood test. We worked at the hospital, so shit, we didn't have to make appointments and shit. People just, and then my mom at the time was in charge of the birthing center. So, she just went up there, took a blood test. They was like, yep, you're pregnant. I was like, shit, I knew. And when they told her date she conceived, I was like, I told you. It was fucking weird. I'm talking about she was finished. I was thinking shit in my head and she was saying it out loud. I was literally thinking stuff and she'd say it out loud. And I'm like, nah, you pregnant. You got a piece of me in you.
So okay, so you said 4 days, 4 days, you think it was 4 days. But do you think that you knew or you guys knew at conception that there was something about that time
Oh, we
that was
planned it though.
conception?
Like we kind of planned everything. So she knew when she was ovulating and all that shit. So, I knew once I did my duty, it was done. It was signed, sealed, delivered.
Oh, because sometimes people try for a long time even though they're planning.
We
They
ain't
try a
have to try.
lot, a lot.
No, we ain't. I think it took maybe, and that's because she was on birth control prior. It took like maybe 3 months. And then the second time, because my daughter is actually my wife's third pregnancy. She had a pregnancy in between my daughter and son and had a miscarriage. So, um, my daughter is actually her third pregnancy. So when my daughter was conceived, I knew it right away too. I just knew it. Like I literally felt that shit. I'm like, yep, the egg. I said the package has been delivered. She was like, no, it ain't. I was like, all right, wait a couple days, take a pregnancy test. Sure in the hell.
I wonder how many people know.
I think
I
you
wonder.
really got to be in tune. Knew exactly when it happened, but only because we were trying for so long before. And it's like you just feel it, bro. And like, and King, I bet like you in tune with your wife too. So I'm pretty sure like you kind of know like her movements in her body. And cause like I'm in tune with my wife. I know when she hurting and I'm just in tune with my wife. My wife would tell you, she was just saying that shit at the hotel. Like, you know me more than I know myself. And I'm like, cause I studied your ass. You my
But
perfect
4 days
science experiment.
pregnant, like there's like 4 days, there's like no changes.
Oh,
I
yes,
mean,
it
maybe
is.
it's some sort of change that's like so subtle that I don't even know what
It,
that, like a scent.
it's her energy change, her whole energy change.
That's
Like
crazy.
her whole energy change.
Wow. You too, King Blackout?
I'm
You
telling you,
knew
when you
too?
in tune, when you in, you can hear by the way he talk. He real in tune with his wife, And I'm telling you, it's like levels to life and shit. You will feel certain shit, like I just felt it, like I knew it. And the crazy thing is, my son was born on my grandfather's birthday. My daughter was born on her daddy's birthday, and we conceived around the same time for both of them. Um, our anniversary. Like my son was conceived 2 days after the anniversary date. My daughter was
There was
conceived.
just extra love going around at the anniversary time.
That's why,
I
like,
would
when we go out for our anniversary, my dad be like, "Don't come back with no more babies." So I'll be like, "Man, I have no more kids. Trust me. I had two when I was late into my 30s, bro. I do not make mistakes. I do not miss when I shoot, and I don't shoot it. I don't shoot just to be shooting. Mm-mm. Like, nope. I got discipline and control.
See, even Blackout saying he knew exactly when it happened, but only because they were trying for, what did he say?
You just
They're
lost
trying
your
for
job. I'm
so
starting to hear
long.
that, bro.
But if you're trying for so long, like, I don't know. I don't know how you know that. It's crazy. You would think because like you're trying for so long, you wouldn't really know until you actually take a test. But you guys are super
You,
in tune.
I'm telling you, you just get that feeling, man. You just get that feeling, like it just I can't even explain it. It's just
It's
I
a
know,
sense.
and it was just like she like that shit. Like the first time it happened, it freaked me out. But when she was pregnant with my daughter, it didn't freak me out. I already knew. Like I was literally thinking something, and she said it out loud. I'm like, "You pregnant?" She's like, "How you know?" I said, "Because I'm thinking and you speaking. Like a part of me is in you, and it's coming out. I'm thinking something, and my daughter is just, oh my god,
I've
like
heard of people knowing at conception, like at conception.
that's a part of you, man. I mean, like, look, man, the things that go on inside of us, that's little aspects of ourselves, man. So when a part of you goes somewhere else, man, if you really in tune with yourself, you'll know when it has some type of interaction. And I'm telling you, I felt that shit. Like when it happened, like I remember it was like we were sitting there, we did whatever we did. I think it was the next day. We were sitting there and I looked at her. I was like, "You pregnant?" She was like, "No, I'm not." I was like, "Watch." I said, "You pregnant?" She said, "How you know?" I said, "I just felt it. Like I literally felt it. Like the sperm finally made it to the egg. Like, yep, we in there." And it sent a signal back to me like mission accomplished. I don't know. Some weird shit like that happened. I'm telling
Mm-hmm.
you. Like mission accomplished. The package has arrived. I'm telling you. That's how that shit went down. I felt that shit. Like, ask my wife. My wife be like, she'll tell you though. She was like, "Nah, he freaky. He just be knowing some shit." And she was like my intuition. I mean, it's probably more discernment than intuition because I
Yeah,
rationalize it. But it's just certain shit I feel. We'd be driving somewhere. I'd be like,
yeah.
"Nah, turn the corner." She'd be like, "Why?" I'd
I'm
be
like
like,
that too.
I got a feeling. Turn the corner." We'd get to the thing right before we turned. It was a fucking accident down there. Like I told you.
I have feelings, and then I have to always remember follow it because then later I'm like, I knew it. I knew I should have done that because I
I
already
had
had the
a
feeling. I already knew.
I had a dream that my son was like real sick and we was at home, but he was on oxygen and shit. And I'm like, I woke up like, no, he ain't going to school today. And so she called him off. And the next day they had to close the school because they had a big flu outbreak in the school and some of the kids got real sick. I was like, I told you.
Hey, to answer Craig's question, Craig, I think it's by example, and I think it's by conversations like this, like conversations that Word is having now, and by example, because the youth is always watching, right? Kids are always paying
Yeah,
attention.
I think, and yeah, we like she said, example. We as adults have to set not only set the example, but we have to be having these conversations. A lot of people uncomfortable having conversations with their kids, but we can help each other. Maybe I'm not uncomfortable and you are, and I can give you some pointers, or vice versa. I might be uncomfortable with something, but the communication is key and definitely being an example. We got to make it cool to be a family again, man. Like I was like when we was talking earlier, man, we talking like this shit normal. Like people just having kids by people and then dealing with the problems. Like, nah, man, what about having kids by the right people to be effective and efficient? It shouldn't be acceptable. You just have kids by random people. That shouldn't be the normal talk. Well, this, how baby mamas are. No, I don't, because I'm married. Well, that shouldn't be fucking normal. Baby mamas and baby daddies. No, that shouldn't. And that's not no shot against nobody who's a baby mother, but the hoops and hurdles. So you should be speaking out about okay, I did it the wrong way, and this is what I experienced, and this is what I learned. So you can teach, the people coming up not to make the same mistakes. So even like conversations like this, I don't want nobody to feel like I'm slighting or saying I'm better because I waited and married the right. No, I'm not doing all that. But I'm telling you, if you do it effective and efficiently, these will be the results. These will be the results, man. If you do it the right way, you know. And just because you did it the wrong way don't mean you can't teach other people how to do it the right way. I fucked up in a lot of things and be telling people, don't do this, don't go to the street, don't look for the fast money. I did all that dumb shit. So I can tell you why not to do it. We supposed to be making a generation better, the next generation better. So we should be telling these young men, not just these young women, but really these young men, look, bro, look, your 5 minutes of fun ain't worth a lifetime of pain. If you choose the wrong woman and you end up getting her pregnant, it's not only going to affect you, but it's going to affect the child, man. And a lot of us experience that coming up in single family households, So we know the effects. Even though we overcame it, why should we want people younger than us to even experience that bullshit? We were strong enough. They might not be strong enough. These generations getting softer and softer. They can't handle the shit we've been through. That's why you got young kids not allowing themselves that at a higher rate than 20 years ago. They're not built like that. So we got to teach them how not to make those mistakes because kids go do some dumb shit. We all did dumb shit when we was kids, but we learned from it. So it's our responsibility to teach them now. Not just, let them find their way, let them mess up. Nah, bro, we got to stop that, man. We got to really be on these kids. Like, I know I'm going to be on mine. I can't tell everybody what to do. I'm going to be on mine. I'm going to be on my nieces. I'm going to be on my nephews. I'm going to take care of home. Hopefully that spill out and, benefit everybody else. But definitely be the example is one, and like Sis hit it right on the nail. Be the example and have these conversations. Like even the topic, monetization of ignorance, man. We can monetize some good shit too. Like these conversations, come through, have these conversations, and share it out with your people. But we got to stop being afraid to have hard, tough conversation. Because we come from different places and seeing different things, we can still have an intellectual conversation with our differences and spread the information to other people so they won't make some of the same mistakes or they will make the right decisions. That help them better make the decision. Nah, fuck the news, bro. Should be damn parents, right? I ain't afraid to throw shots. Get married, have kids, raise them together, right? And it's weird, man. Hearing these men talking about, they don't want to get married. Why you out here having kids then, man? If you ain't trying to marry a female, don't have no kids by her. I mean that should be. We got to create new standards, man. And like I said, stop allowing or stop monetizing people ignorance, man. Just stop supporting the bullshit, man. That's all we got to do. If there's no support for the bullshit, then guess what? Ain't no need to make it. Like these shock jocks saying all this bullshit, this red pill shit, man. These feminist groups, like, man, y'all need to go sit y'all. There's a bunch of bitter, miserable ass people complaining. That's all that shit is, man. Dude talking about a guy in a successful marriage is a beta male. Like what? Yeah. Well, let me get off here. I'm gonna keep you up here all night, sir. I appreciate you.
All right.
Commander, I was about to say, Commander fell asleep on me.
No, I'm here. Good night, Nine.
Good night,
I
Nine.
typed a message
Appreciate
for
you.
you in the back chat. Good night, chat. Good night, everyone. Oh, I think Stoic already said good night before we even tapped out.
Oh, good night, y'all. I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate you. I gotta make an outro. Man, Tech Show, I need another cold beat, bro. I'm gonna start editing. I'm gonna start working on the outro. But yeah, man. Let me get out of here. I'm gonna try to pop on tomorrow. But yeah, we can have an open topic. I don't think I got nothing else to say. But if y'all think of something, let me know, man. We could talk about it. What was your boy name? Blind. Yeah. Next time you see him, just
Yeah,
tell him
blind.
to if he want to talk about something specific, no problem. I break whatever now. But he can feel
Yeah.
free to hit the panel or ask questions in the chat. I talk about it too. But if he want to show, I can put some information together and deliver it for him. I can definitely do
Yeah, I
that.
think one
I'm
of
gonna
these
get.
days he'll hit the panel.
I'm gonna start getting back into the shows. I just been coming on here talking. Even when I have a topic, I just been talking. But I'm gonna start bringing the information back. But yeah, I do want to talk about like personalities. I love that and how to handle. And then Ozzy in the chat too. So he got a background in psychology. Um, he got experience in the background in it, so it'll be fun to build with him on different ways to handle different personalities. I think that'll be fun. Yeah. Always a
Cool,
pleasure,
cool.
King. Always a pleasure.
All right, y'all.
All right, y'all have a
What
good
up,
one,
Nine?
right?
Good night, Nine.
Good night, nah. But y'all know what I always say. Care about how you feel. These are conversations to build nations. And if I say anything that resonated with y'all, do me a favor. Hit that share button. Tell somebody. Help me spread the word. But until next time, we out.